Okay, good afternoon, folks. I'm running a bit late. Daryl, how you doing, buddy? Okay, so what are we looking like? What's going on? So this looked like a channel. It's hard to say really, but it is reacting quite nice off that midline. We've had a small break and a push down, but it's a bit early really. I'm not super keen on it. I've took the color off it just to kind of have a little look at it and just to see what it's about. So, it's hard to know anyway. So we've got some all news coming up around about, I think that's 3:30. So I put that on there just to kind of pay attention to that. But we'll see how we get on today anyway. Quiet day yesterday, didn't take anything. Richard, how you doing, buddy? Ben, afternoon to you. Karina, how you doing? So I don't know, it's a bit early really. We've had kind of a couple of legs down. Maybe there's a larger channel there over the last few days, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I think I'm clutching at straws a bit there. I don't know. It actually doesn't look too bad, does it? I mean, these bigger channels do play a part. If people are trading the hourly for hourly, they'll be doing this over many days. So I know Mac doesn't bother, but if it's something quite obvious, we've touched 3 times there and 3 times there as well. So it looks pretty good. So based on that, you'd think we push up, have a couple of legs down and push up a bit more. But it's a bit early, really, isn't it, to make decisions like that? So, Russell, how you doing? The Queen is here. Behave. So yeah. So okay. So maybe a small break. Cut the pushes to a new low. This thing looks like it's reversing. So we'll see. So orders wise, majority of the orders I can see are up here. So 87. There are orders. And 90 as well. So right up here. So my guess is it's hard to say really. You can micro adjust this so this probably fits. So is this just a break and it's pushing it? I don't know. I'd like to see some more opinions on the chart. Let me just see if Dan's put a that's yesterday. He hasn't put anything on today. Thomas Wade, what's he got on so far? Nothing. Okay, so we'll get a few more opinions on this, see how I feel. I mean, I could sort of drag that over there a little bit like that and tweak that and kind of make it fit. So it actually doesn't look that bad, does it? So I don't know. It's hard to say. It works just as well. In fact, it probably works a little bit better. What about the midline? Midline's not so bad. So yeah, maybe that's it. So maybe we're going to push down another new low, but I wouldn't trust it at the moment. It's just too early on. So let's put that like that. Tighten it up a touch. So we've had a clear break there. Let's see if this tries to push up and make a new high. So oil's in about an hour, 55 minutes. So I've got this as a possible range this side because we had kind of few bounces there. So it probably isn't. But on this side, it does look a little rangy. Certainly here. So maybe it is a bit, maybe it isn't. So I would be careful jumping straight into a short here because this thing could push up for a second leg. Interesting to see how it reacts here. Just check everything's opening as it should.
Order submitted. Order cancelled.
Actually, if I drew a range there, that would react to the top of it quite well. So, yeah, I'm just not super sure. Crazy. Open candles are big. Yeah, they are a little bit bigger than normal, aren't they? So it depends how tight you keep that. There may have been a small break. It's hard to say. It's negligible, but you could say we've had a small break. Depends how you look at it, really. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. See, what I will say about that with a break, it's cleared out any previous liquidity that may have been there. It hasn't got up this high because perhaps that's a strong position right towards the top, isn't it? And then it's strung through the EMA. So that might be why it hasn't really bothered coming up so high. I think that's more important. There's a couple of legs up there and then there's a push down. So who knows? Nothing we can do with oil at the moment. It's just, I don't know, it's doing some of this, isn't it? We had that big, strong move up this morning, didn't it go? Uh, and then we're just sort of chopping, really. There's no clear. We got a channel there with the break. There was a lower high there. Second entry short lower high. It's a bit close to the open, but it did work down for 10 ticks, didn't it? Comfortably, yeah. So that would have worked. Second entry short. I didn't mind it actually, but it's a bit close to the open there, so you never know when it's going to trigger you and push up to the top tier. So I left it alone. Really, it's a bit compact there. It's not congested, but it's all within this bar. So, but it worked in the end. That's the main thing. But I left it. I'm quite happy with that. I try and not trade around the open really, unless it's something exceptional. Little Hammer, how you doing, buddy? So we've bounced here. Definitely getting some kind of reaction along there. You can see touching there, touching there. Couple of touches there. Is this thing going to tear off up? Woof, straight down. Okay, so I'm guessing it ate through some stops there. Beach Bum, how you doing, pal? It's just a quick push down there. I'm guessing it ate through some stops. There's no other way I can. Uh, it's just one bar, so there's no news or anything that's done that. It wouldn't work for one bar. So maybe that was within this channel, and there's the 2 legs down to a new low, so that makes sense. It actually does look a little bit neater there. It fits right up to the top, right to the top there. Touch, touch, touch. Uh, and it fits nice along that midline there, here, 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 here. I mean, if I could take that down a fraction, it would fit a little bit neater, but could go from that bottom bar, and it fits okay, that. So I'm quite happy that there's the break. There's the 2 pushes down to a new low. So let's see if this thing now reverses. We've had kind of a leg down, a little bit of sideways, and then a second leg down. So let's see what happens. Okay, so there's a new low comfortably. There are strong buyers at 50, which is still quite a bit further down there. Buyers there. I'm guessing that's below here. Yeah, it is. So, yeah, just a tick below there, I think. Yeah, so there's buyers there, 1 tick below. Would that be Mondays? Maybe it's Mondays. Yeah, so 1 tick below Monday's low of the day. There's a bunch of buyers. You can see them down there, 270 odd contracts. So that may come down. There's not a lot up here to pull back to, really. 52, I'd say, is a relatively quick target. There are some down there. So my guess is it's going to come down to this level. And then maybe try and reverse 2.5. And you wouldn't know that. And I know some traders who'd be looking for a reversal here to go long once it broke those. But it just goes to show, just because it's had a break 2 legs down to a new low doesn't automatically mean it's going to reverse. It can continue on another 10 points or so. And based on what I'm seeing, unless a bunch of heavy, aggressive buyers decide to come in now, I'm pretty sure this is where it'll come to. So, saying we got some news here. Maybe there is. Let me have a look. I've got no news that isn't showing. There is some low impact news, which is the trouble is when I put the low impact news, it drops all this in. So if I take away, it shouldn't give me this alarm. Okay, so I've done it for low impact news. That's why. So let's get rid of this. Okay, so it's showing the 5-minute one. Okay, that's fine. So that's why it's showing it. I'm not bothered about the low impact news for the oil. I can see that. So that's why that did that, because I had the alarm set for low. Okay, but you can see what's happening here, can't you, with this order down here? You can see prices working down to it. So it just goes to show how much you know what's going on. When a lot of other people who don't use, something like Bookmap showing where there's passive orders would know. I know a lot of traders, like I say, after 2 legs down, they'd be looking for a long here. They may even consider a big bar like that. You know what I mean? It's hard. And sometimes that can just trap you. Okay, so that's picked up some of those orders there. So let's pull that out the way. I wouldn't take that personally. It may pull back temporarily, but I still believe it's going to come down here. But if there's, as I say, there are some aggressive buyers there, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think they're going to get enough follow through. And by far the biggest, I mean, there's over 300 contracts here. By far the biggest amount of buyers and sellers here, passive that is, are down here. So unless a load of aggressive buyers get behind there, it'll come back down, I think. We'll see. Shall see. We'll keep an eye on these aggressive buyers. They're slightly more, as you can see, but not enough to push that up unless they come in now. So my guess is this is just a pullback. It's taken any particular liquidity that may have been there. And I think, based on what I'm seeing at the moment, it's quite likely going to come down. But you can see those orders there at 50, 300, 304 contracts. may even be the start of something else. This thing could continue down. You don't know. It'd be interesting to see if it gets down to here, what it does. We'll see. Okay, so it's held above that EMA, so maybe we get some aggressive. Yeah, someone else has just popped that there. Possible other channel down, but it's just a possibility, really. We've already had a break of it anyway, so we'll see. Channel break, new high. Is this going to close below here? It looks like it may do. So if you've got buyers thinking, oh, let's push up, let's go long here now, we're above the EMA, and they jump in, and all of a sudden the thing turns. So it has closed below the EMA, not super strong, but nonetheless. See what it does if it tests this channel break, new high. If we get a bearish bar, now that may come down. We'll see. I don't want to assume now. I can see there's orders down here. There is a possible second entry there, but it's 19 ticks and it hasn't finished yet. So I'm not assuming anything. My gut feeling, based on what I'm seeing, it's probably going to come down, but I'm not risking 24 ticks, tick above, tick below. Just at the moment, I want to, especially when the EMA is flat and you are shorted into congestion, so it could catch you out here. So I'm just sitting tight. It is a visual second entry short. We've got a leg with a break, but you've got to be a little bit careful. These are areas that can catch you out. If aggressive buyers think, let's have a go here, then and then that bar there may end up getting a little bit of a spot of bother. Okay, that's interesting. My guess is if it gets below there, it's likely going to come down. But will it? Okay, I think it's looking like it may do. If it gets below there, it'll get a bit easier then, because as we've pushed up with a big bull bar above there, there's probably going to be buyers there. So it's come below all this lot now. So my guess is it's probably going to come down. As we can see, there's still over 300 contracts sat down there ready to buy. So I can't see anything else. My gut feeling is it's going to come down to here. I like the way it's come up and tested this area. In fact, I could bring this down a tiny touch. In fact, if I bring it down to there, it doesn't look terrible. I think it's probably best to do it from there, but we've come up and had a go, haven't we? Possibly get a second entry short here if this breaks above this bull bar. Stroke lower high, be a second entry short on this chart. So big though, isn't it? I'm going to wait. It's 21 ticks. It's a little bit congested and a little bit unclear. So I'm just going to sit tight. I was very tempted there, but I just thought it's not super clear considering the size of it. If it had been 7 ticks, then it may have been worth a go. But what I will say is we've got these buyers down here. So I think price is more likely going to get down. But we've got 3 bars stacked side by side here. So it could upset a few people. So I'm sitting tight here. Yeah, it's an engulfing bar as well. Sometimes they don't make a difference. If the setup looked really nice and it was a golfing bar, I would take it. But there's a few things that are just concerning me a little bit. It's a little bit sideways there. The one thing going for it is these strong orders down here. So price is likely going to get sucked down, but it could pop above that. You know, we could have something. I've seen it before. We could have something like this, maybe not quite that high, and then we rush down. But at the moment, it's definitely stacking up. So I made the right decision to leave it. I still think it'll come down. Another thing going for it is right under that EMA as well, but it's a bit stacked. I think it will work, but it's a bit stacked, and it was large as well. It's just a bit too much to risk, I think. So on this chart, it's a second entry short. When it broke above there, it's a second entry short. On this bar, there's a second entry short, so it's a lower high. I think it'll work. This will have a lot of pull. There's not many orders above price at the moment. A lot of them are around in their 50s and 60s. We've got 150 contracts here, 104 contracts here, 330 contracts here. So by far, the only thing that's going to push that up is aggressive buyers, but by far the biggest orders are down here. So it's bouncing off VWAP now. So it's broke above there. So it looked a bit congested to me. So I'm glad I left it. It wouldn't have worked. So it was a good decision. You just get a feeling for it. So you'd have got a 1.5 out of that, I think, but no more. 0.75 maybe, but it's not for me. Now it's bounced off VWAP. So that will be a failure there. But I don't like any of this. If this finishes on its low, my guess is it'll come down, but trouble is, I think it will come down, but you don't know how it's going to bounce around in the meantime. And it's clearly stacked up there, which just reduces that risk. How long we got till the news? Okay, there's not a terrible looking bar on the oil. You could argue this is a triple test and possibly a lower high. You're going to have stops down here for certain, but it's a tick off a doji, so I'm leaving it. I didn't think that was a terrible trade. Once it broke above there, that was a second entry short, stroke lower high, but it's finished almost a doji. If that finished bearish, my guess is that would probably push below here. But it's a doji anyway, so it's no good. As I say, I thought that was a better bar. That will have worked, I think. Comfortably, yeah. It's only got to get down there for me. So that would have worked. That was a better bar. This is a little move up and then a turn. This is pure congestion. So it's amazing, really. If you're getting a bit premature, you get caught out only for it to go in that direction, which is frustrating. I can't tell you how many times, but we got only 3 bars when I took that. But we moved down into it. We could pull back a little bit before we push down again. So my guess is that is safe before it breaks down to the lows. That's how confident I am that this is a better setup. But I could be wrong, of course. Some of these orders are disappearing a bit. The orders at 50 were at 300 odd. They're down to 250. And the orders above are a little bit slower. So traders aren't as confident, and probably reason being is because it's starting to get a little bit sideways now. You're saying if there's not a lot of orders above or below price means price does not need to go. Usually less buyers are aggressive. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. If you've got aggressive buyers here, it could. These orders on here on Bookmap are passive orders. So in other words, if I decide to put a buy limit order down there, that's going to show on there. Now, if I'm a buyer waving money, price is likely to come to me. If you're selling something, and a guy goes, "Yeah, I got a chunk of money here," you're more likely to go to him first. Having said that, these little bits here that you can see, the red and green bars, if buyers just decide to click the buy button, that could change the dynamics of it. At the moment, with what I'm seeing, my gut feeling is it's still price is gonna come down there. But if you look above price, there's a lot of this black area here, which is very low order numbers. You know, the bigger, brighter, the bigger, brighter areas are the bigger sellers, and price is much closer to this 50 level than it is the next big orders up here, which is at 72. So my guess is price is going to come down to this 50 level to these buyers. That's assuming these buyers are going to stay here and not disappear. I'm pretty much sure they will. They've been there for quite a while. But there's 260 odd contracts there. There's 20s and 30s up here. So that trade would have worked. That one wouldn't. That's premature. That's the better entry. It's much more of a failure, that one. You know, we got buyers possibly pushing up and this turns down. It was still rather large and it had a bit of a tail. I just decided to leave it. But based on what I can see here, I still think prices were more likely to come down here. And here they are. So orders are still there, happily waiting. They'll get filled, I'm pretty sure of it. Be interesting to see what happens. Sometimes you get more orders pop down here below, and that continues price down, whether it'll happen or not. But it lit that 50 and level in a minute. As long as those orders stay there, 200 odd contracts. There we go, straight through them. So let's see if there's any follow through now. Now, I think those buyers are going to get absorbed. 45. There is some showing at 45 down here. Not a huge amount. Okay. Now that. Why is that done that like that? That looks like some kind of news spike to me. It's 3 o'clock. Now, I'm guessing there is some low impact news. Can you see on Bookmap where everything's gone black? Did that yesterday. I'm guessing there's some low impact news. It's bang on 3 o'clock. Now, low impact news doesn't usually do much, but in this case it has. So what have we got? Business inventories, existing home sales, FOMC speaking. See, I don't pay attention to low impact news because it doesn't do much. 12 months ago, I don't pay attention to medium impact news, and all of a sudden, I think it was some Chicago news or something, we had a massive spike. So, I don't know. But it happened at bang on 3, so something happened. Anyway, we'll get rid of it. Done and dusted now anyway, so. US existing home sales. Okay, that's what did it. That just popped up on Marco's feed. So it's low impact news and it rarely does anything. But on this occasion, it did. So we may have to start watching all the news, to be honest with you. Now what's going on? Maybe there's something wider there. Maybe. We have stopped dead there. Rodian, how you doing, buddy? I don't look for sells or buys at this area. All I want to know is where price is likely to go. So if we add, you see how we've kind of, I add this channel here. So on this, I add this channel here. So here looks like we've got a break, 2 pushes to a new low. So if there was as we've made a new low, if we had a second entry short here, and I can see there are strong buyers here and prices likely to come down, then I would take a second entry short here. So I use it as guidance, knowing where price is going to go. So, because that channel is played out when it comes down below here. So if we did get a second entry short here and it looked okay and I could see there were buyers low enough, in other words, price was likely to get pulled down, I'd take an entry there. So, and same the other way round as well. If I saw a second entry short here and there were strong sellers above, my guess is it may trigger me and push up and stop me out. So I use it in two ways. One, to see if I'm getting into a bad trade, and two, just to give me that confidence that the trade I'm taking is going to continue in that direction. So I'm just looking by the buyers and sellers where price is aiming towards, and I can kind of trade accordingly. Got a bit of a triple test here. 1, 2, 3. So where can I see buyers and sellers at the moment? It's still very black. The larger buyers and sellers are down here. There are. My guess is this is probably going to come down. I would much prefer this above there, so I'm staying out of that just for that reason. But it does look like it's trying to get up and fail. But that, to me, isn't the strongest looking bar. So I would prefer a little bit more of a push up. And I want to see some orders down here. If I can see some strong orders pop up down here and I can get a triple test here, I may have a go at that. Because I think there's a bigger channel on the way down there. So, but I'd rather a bigger push up here and then a nice bearish bar. That one is a bit premature. It's got to break above there for me. But there's not many orders coming back in after that spike down. There is some there at 47. Not a huge amount, a little bit more, but not very strong. So high or low there. If this triggers and comes down bearish, I'll have a go at that. As I would say, triple test. Now that is very tempting.
Order submitted.
Let's just see how this forms. Struggling a bit. No, let's get rid of that.
Order cancelled.
That initially turned down, looked good, and that looked like it's been rejected. But at the moment, not too happy with it. There is a big bull bar there, see? So there's buyers in there. Now, at the moment, this is trending down, so I would not want to buy there. Because there's going to be stops there, stops here. It's testing this. I would have to wait for the lower high in this instance. Not getting rejection. So the fact that that big bull bar there continued up, okay, so we're getting some selling here. I would have to wait for the lower high, though, to be fair. So there is possibly a larger channel down here. I know I can see a few traders that have gone long. But I think there could be a bigger channel down there, so I'm waiting. There is a lower high there, but I'm not massively sure about this. Because I know there's going to be buyers here. Let's see if this thing really rejects below that EMA. Not sure it's going to. Sitting inside that bar, it could go either way, this. I know there's going to be buyers buying this. There's going to be traders thinking channel, 2 pushes to a new low. But there could be another channel here. It's hard to say. I can adjust that seat a fraction. That actually fits nice, so it's a little bit risky to get in there. Be interesting to see what happens. It's holding, so it may be okay. Yeah, Dan's watching it as well. So you've got to be a bit careful here. Someone's taken it. Someone's gone long there. There, someone's gone long. But I've just put that Dan's watching it as well. So I'm not saying it is, but it depends. This is going to be more down to buyers and sellers. Look at 40. Look at the level 40 down here. There are buyers down here. So my guess is this may come down. There's a lower high there. I wouldn't take it. It's still congested. I would need for it to push down, give us a bull bar, trigger up, and give us a failure. Because it's still a bit, what's it here? So you've got to be a bit careful. See how we shot down there. See if this turns into a bull bar and gets triggered. And we get a failure. That could push it up, or it could trap some bulls there. This could move really quick. Got plenty of room down to those buyers there. Okay, that's triggered. So that could be a triple test. Still going to be a bit careful here. Buyers are trying to push this up. Okay, it's gone. I knew it was either going to go one or the other way. So there'd have been some stops there, I don't doubt. Yeah, my guess it was going to push up really quick or come down really quick. So you've got to be a bit careful. So there'll have been some shorts in there. And I think that's why we've pushed up. Whether there's a bit of news involved, I don't know, but wider channel. Yeah, that's always a possibility. It may have come a bit, well, actually, could go from there. That looks okay, but we're up again, see, so that's the trouble when you get two which are almost sort of in sync with each other, aren't they? So we're getting some big sellers up here now at 67. So, which is there. So you never know round here. This is crunch time. If we got if that bull bar triggered, which it did, and then that shot down, that would then continue down for me to this level. So, and if you see those orders at 40, they've been yanked. There's a few hanging around. So let's just delete that for a minute. 1, 2, 3 touches. See what happens here. See if we get a test of this area. And you see where that is? Those orders at 67, right at that support resistance level. So it's interesting, isn't it? So there are sellers willing to Bet this market's going to continue down. You just got 7 points on it. Good on you, mate. So, getting a reaction there where those sellers were. I don't want to just jump in. I want confirmation this is going to push down because it may trigger and push up. But if that is a channel, we've clearly had a break of it. I'd want to see it start to work down now. So more orders starting to appear up here. I don't know why I deleted that. At around about 75. Sorry about that. So that, although it's two separate legs, that for me is a move down. So same thing we had on this chart yesterday. We had two legs down. And this leg was kind of in sets of twos, wasn't it? I think we kind of had that initially, didn't we? And then I think I put that a little bit tighter or something like that. So we had a big move down, a little bit sketchy, didn't we? And then we had kind of a wider, unusual correction before it went down, got close to the lows, a little bit of sideways. Then we had that quick shove through before that reversed. So we could get something similar. I would consider that as a move down. It's within a couple of different bits and pieces. So we may end up getting something. So if I just put that there to the top and down to the bottom and just see, okay, so we've had a little bit of reaction to that 50% level. Be interested to see if we pull back and try again. We could do, we certainly could do, but that's pure kind of possibilities at the moment. Let's say it just drops there and it looks like the wider channel is good. Doesn't matter, you aren't using the wider channel. Just look for a new short-term trend to trade. Yeah, I'm doing both. Now, I'm using these because they're workable. A larger one, some of these larger ones that go over a day, they're only really effective when you come up here, which is probably not many times. But these smaller ones, they're not too bad. We're up here once, twice, three times within quite quick succession. So I don't mind drawing those larger ones. They give me, you know, some kind of so I just want to know kind of, see if I've got this down here. Are you on about a wider one there? Yeah, it's a possible, it's a maybe, isn't it? But what I will say, we got 1, 2, 3 touches there, and it's working beautifully on top of that midline. So, and this is hitting that 50% level, which we could get a reaction from. Now, I don't want to just jump here. There is a failure there. But it's above that EMA, and although I think there's a chance it's coming down, I'm not really sure at the moment. Yeah, I mean, sometimes Mac does these weird way out channels, doesn't he? You know, maybe something like that over the whole day. Let me have a look. Mac will do something like that maybe over a whole day, and they're no good to you. Because if we trade channels, we're waiting for it to get to the top of the channel. Well, it did that twice. I'm not saying that is, but these kind of smaller ones that are getting there in pretty quick succession, I'm okay with those. Don't get me wrong, I like the smaller ones as well, but I'm looking for reactions off this level because I know it's going to hit the next level relatively quick. It's getting a bit finicky now. See, it hit that 50% level, but we've got sellers up here, so it was a weird kind of correction. Yesterday, was it? We got this big move down, and then we had that correction there, and we had a big push down, then a massive reversal, just quicken up, and then eventually it worked down. So that was the open yesterday. So you can see how it reacted to that open multiple times, and that's exactly where it turned. Okay, push up, then a big bear bar, and now it's struggling a bit. So trouble is we've had a move up. We could have something like this. We could have this type of move, and then it may come up some more. So jumping in short here for me. Trouble is, the bigger these legs are, the bigger the break, and the more you can get stuck a little bit. Yeah, the thing is, if I draw a channel like this, let me find an example. So you see this channel, I've gone tight here and seen there's a break. Thomas Wade would go like that. So he opens up those channels. I don't. I waited for confirmation. If you remember, the channel I had first was this one, and that looked valid. And then when we bounced here and here, that's when I kind of opened up. But I don't open up my channels as rapidly as Thomas Wade does. So, for instance, this, I would kind of have it like this, and then I may put it like this. So it's probably not the best example, but Thomas Wade opens things up much quicker. I kind of like to keep my options open a bit. So let's see where this goes. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a correction and this pushed a little higher because we've still got orders up here. So you've got to do what works for you. This works for me. My win rate at the moment is bang on 90%. So it works for me at the moment. I mean, Thomas Wade over the last couple of weeks has had 3 losses, hasn't he? Or 2 losses in one day. So he takes more trades and goes with the bigger trades, with the bigger. See, someone's already going in with something like that. I like to just give this a chance to see if it pushes down first. If it continues on up, then I'll start to look at a possible bigger uptrend. But there's a bit of a correction there, which is what I thought may happen. So we've had this move up and a correction. You've got to do what works for you. We all kind of, although we kind of, most of us trade pats, we all have our little kind of quirks and the way we do things. So what's going on here? Is this going to continue? If this continues up, then I'll look for something larger. Okay, there is kind of like a triple test stroke failure. I'm not taking this at the moment. This could be a bit of a trap here. See how it's this is a trap. This is going to go up a bit. You're going to have stops here. It's definitely stops there. And you see those orders at 75. 2 legs down. I don't think that's a bad long, actually. I think this is an okay
Order
long.
submitted.
Let's see how it finishes. It's not triggering, is it? Okay, scrub that.
Order cancelled.
It's almost like a triple test there. Bearish bar triggered and almost went up and stopped that out. See, I'm being guided at the moment by these orders. Now, they are a little far away from price. That's a possibility. See, if you don't put this there, you might not be aware that it's possibly coming into contact with a bigger channel. So if you think this is coming straight down, this could turn here. So it's good to be aware of these, I think. Let's go from there, I think. Time. Could you explain why Apex is your pick of prop firm? Right. Well, couple of reasons. One, I've used them now for about 3 years. Two, they have really good discounts, and the main reason, you can trade 20 at the same time. No other prop firm does that. So, is this holding here or is this a trap? My guess is this is holding here, and this is going to push up. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure about this channel. I'm just aware that it may be bouncing from here. So that's why I use them. Yes, I'm an affiliate for them, but that wouldn't make a difference whether I use them or not. You could still be an affiliate if you don't use them. But I like the fact that you've got 20 accounts. And they've got a discount at the moment, 80% off. The PA fees are 65. I know things like Take Profit Trader are popular, but at the moment you're paying $105. Now, that does include your PA fee, but that's great if you pass it. If you fail it, you've just spent $105 on an evaluation. So, and a lot of better Lucid Take Profit. Yeah, I mean, I have used Lucid. Sorry, I've used what's the other one? I don't know. There's another one like Lucid. I like those for straight to funded. But everyone's got their own opinions. I've never had a problem with Apex. If I've bent the rules, they've denied me, and if I follow them, they've paid me. So up to now, I've never had a problem with them. But I like the fact that you've got 20 accounts. Otherwise, you'd be managing 5 Take Profit Trader, 5 My Funded Futures, and for me, it gets complicated. So main two reasons, cheap, and I can trade 20 contracts. So we're clearly struggling a bit here. So is this either going to come down or is it going to push up and trap all these shorts? I'm not sure, to be honest with you, but I know we're getting a reaction here. And I know we've got big sell orders up here. So my guess is it's probably going to go up, but I could be wrong. Traderify, yeah, I like Traderify. The only trouble is with these funded, they're like $350. It's quite expensive. If you get 5 of them, you spent $1,750. But as an add-on, if you've got 20 Apex accounts or 5 of this or whatever, as extra accounts when you start to make money, that's fine. That's what I'm going to use those for. A lot of others like Take Profit Trader. You've got to take 5 days for an evaluation. That's a pain in the arse for me. I like to have the option to pass them in 1 day. So now there's a bit of a battle going on here between buyers and sellers. This area, is this coming down or is this going up? We're holding on this line. So now obviously things could change, but so we got some news coming up on oil in 2 minutes. Now, I still think this is going to pull back a little bit. This big move down, I'd like to see a bit more of a correction here. Let's get rid of that now. So you look at different time frames at NQ. I used to have the NQ to my left to help me make decisions. What oil news? They call it oil inventory or something like that. Yeah, crude oil inventories. But I trade oil as well up here, see. So obviously, sometimes it does nothing, but other times you can get a pretty. In fact, we'll have a look. It's moved coming out in 30 seconds. So get rid of this now. Sometimes it does nothing, but where are we? 20 seconds. Leg down with a correction and another leg down. Okay, it's not really doing much. Sometimes it can, sometimes it doesn't, but I got caught out on this once. It flipped out proper. You can't trade CL, only equities cost more money than the data. Yeah, if you trade your own account, it does. If you're with a prop firm, it doesn't matter. Well, as long as that prop firm allows you to. Yeah, so if you use CME, obviously you're limited to what you can with your own account, but I'm just trading prop firms at the moment. My plan is to funnel some profits this year to start. Now I feel like I'm on top of things. I've got some proper self-control. My thoughts are now to funnel so much. Because ultimately, the good thing about having your own account, and I'd only ever say have your own account when you can make money. Before that, I wouldn't touch it. So channel break, new low. It was bouncing at that 50%, so it was bouncing at the right area. But once you can make some money and you feel like you've got some self-control and you're happy and you're comfortable with how you're trading, that's the time to start building your own account as well. Just make as much money as you can out of prop firms, your own money. It's bouncing clearly there, isn't it? But we did something similar yesterday. We came down a bit and then flipped out again for another push up before it dropped. So I'm always a bit on the I'm always a bit uncertain as to what's going on here. So yeah, I mean, you've got full control over your own account, haven't you? You can do what you want, trade however you want. Okay, so how I initially had that was how I initially had it. That's how Max got it. Mind you, it's changed throughout the day. Later on, he may have a bigger channel all the way down, but he hasn't got that first channel down, or he's got that smaller one, and then the drop. He hasn't got the bigger channel up, so that's how he's got it. I wasn't a massive fan of that. I didn't all like this, but it kind of worked. But that's why I took the colour out of it. It was kind of an area of interest. Disco, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, trouble is we had the move up and then we had a correction, and it looked for a minute like price was going to break above that short there. And if that would have happened, it may have gone up because we had sellers up here, but it didn't. See, there are sellers there, 200 odd contracts there, but I think it's come down a bit too far. Right, I would expect a decent pullback here. So we've had a break and a new low, so that's smaller. I'd like to see a couple of legs up here and then maybe a larger channel down. So we've got buyers down here at between 40 and 42. So 40 and 42. It's mainly at 40 now. There's a few above it. Trouble is, we could have another attempt to push up. I mean, you never know. Later in the day or the end of the day, we may end up having something like this. It's just hard to say. That's why it's very easy to mark a chart at the end of the day when you know it, when you've got everything marked. You can't mark this now, really. If it comes up here and back down to here a few times, then later you can, but it doesn't mean you can trade off it until it's actually all kind of materialized. So we've had a break and a new low there already. There's nothing you can do here. Okay, so some sellers there. Sellers at 60. And sellers up here. Buyers at 40 and at 37.5. 37.5 is below price. So this may come down. Trouble is, you've got sellers up here and buyers down here. Now, it's quite a way, this, so the pull on here isn't so great. But I think a lot of this is going to depend on aggressive buyers and sellers, whether this thing's going to go up. This channel is played out. We haven't made a new low yet. As we've pulled up and tested this 50% level, I think there's a good chance this thing may decide to come down quite a bit further. But I would expect a couple of attempts to push up from this level first. So there is a higher low there, and there's going to be stops here. So my guess is that'll push above these stops. I got no worries about that. That's obviously if it finishes bullish, but is this bottoming? I don't think it is yet. I prefer it to come down and make more of an attempt to break the lows first. Would I want to go short here, up here? I'm not so sure at the moment. It's a little bit sideways, so it's a bit risky. So we have sellers there. These sellers are quite high up here, to be honest with you. As I say, I wouldn't be shocked if we had another attempt to push up before we continue down more, obviously, if that's the way it is. Okay, so there's a higher low there. That's a target, which is taking them out now. And then let's see if we get a second entry short. Well, this is a channel up. It's hard to say. For me, that's a channel up. That may be a bit trappy. I'm sitting tight at the minute. It's tempting, that is, especially as we've broken. It's very tempting. There is two little legs up there. How do I feel about that? There are orders at 40, which is below here, which is interesting. I'm sitting tight here. I don't know whether there's two little legs. You could argue here this is a little channel up, so I'm just sitting out of this one. I think this may be a bit trappy. Okay, it's pushing up. It didn't trigger that anyway. Yeah, that's kind of my suspicion. This may have a get a bit. You know, we have this. I like the fact that we've had a big move down. We've pushed back and rejected right twice, right off that 50% level. Now, a lot of the times when that happens, we'll then make a bigger move down. But I don't expect that just to continue down like that. I'd expect some kind of a correction and then maybe something like this for a second leg down, which means we're going to be getting into this kind of territory where these sellers are 55. There's 100 odd contracts there. There's more up there in case we get a bigger 2 legs up. But if I'd like to see a break here and then another push up to this level and then maybe a lower high, because we may end up getting something like, in fact, I'll put that there just as an area of interest. But we've had a touch here and a touch here. Probably put that up a little bit wider, a little bit higher probably. And if you look at the bottom here, it's kind of fitting not so bad. Now we're at the midline. I'd like to see a break of this little micro channel and then a second push up. I mean, this is a possibility, nothing more. But the fact that we've pushed up and rejected quite strongly off that 50% from this big move down is telling me we may get a second leg down. And as we know, market likes to move in twos. So we may be testing somewhere down here. Who knows? We've been up to all-time highs a couple of times now, so maybe it's having a little bit of a correction off that. We'll see. We'll see. So we'll have a look at 10,000 tick chart, see how that's faring. So pretty much whipping up and down, aren't we? That's the 10,000 tick chart. Got to move down, push up, rejecting here, aren't we? This 50% level. So my guess is somewhere around over here and then possibly down for a second leg. Who knows? Doesn't go a huge amount. We got a leg down with a correction and a second leg down. So there's 2 legs down there anyway. So maybe we get 2 legs up and then possibly down some more. I mean, that could be tighter. And that fits along the bottom much better. It's hard to say, really. It's a rough guideline, that is. That's if it is what it is. So maybe this is that break. I've only adjusted this slightly because it fits a little neater there. So maybe we have something like this. I'd expect that to be more around about there, really. That actually would be much better. That would be more in line with there. So let's see if we get a reaction now. See if we get a move up. You know there are buyers there at 40. Okay, that's picked up them buyers. There is some more there, a little bit higher, I think. Probably at the lows. Right. Put that back, I think, for now. Not sure whether this is valid or not. It doesn't look terrible, but may have been a small break there. It's not super clear. Possible. Who knows? Not super clear. Okay, straight down to the lows. Maybe it's more like that. Trouble is, this is a work in progress. So those orders are gone. There are some at 30. 166 contracts. There are some sell contracts at 37.5, which is there. I don't know, I wouldn't be selling there personally. I'm much more interested in up here. There are 100 contracts at 45, which is there. That's kind of a better, but who knows? NQ's not easy again. It's just choppy, this. It's not super clear. I did trade just one of my accounts early there. It messed around. It was there. It messed around a bit. We had a channel down there. It came down, popped up a bit. Was it here or was it? I think it was here. I got a bit low. I liked it. I got a bit low and it pulled back and hung around there. And it was right at the open, so I got out of it for, I lose $30 or something. It was a little bit higher, that one account, so I thought I didn't want to trade them all, so that's why you can see. Oh yeah, $33 loss here. It did work in the end, but I got it about 3 ticks too low. There's nothing much you can do here. It's pretty much choppy. It's in the tops in any particular fashion at all. So let's have a wee look at that. So that doesn't look too bad. Touch. Touching nice on the bottom, so that looks okay. 27. Those orders are there at 30. Well, we're right, okay, we're way past them, aren't we? So, sellers, some sellers there. Some at 40. That will be kind of where I'll be interested in if we did have something like this. So if this is kind of valid, I'd like to see some kind of reaction here. Who knows? Sellers at 25. If there is a bigger channel down, it may be a break with 2 pushes down. So there's lots of possibilities. That's why I don't colour these in if I'm not sure. I just use them as a guideline. We're clearly coming down in a fashion. If we do get a strong reaction there, not many sellers up here, buyers down here, then I'm guessing that may then be a channel. But so I've got sellers. About 39-ish, which is there. Sellers at 40, so I've got some sellers in this area, which is around about right. Some at 32. Screwing hell. Some there, which is quite low down. See, I think there is a good chance we make a second leg down, but I wouldn't expect it to continue down in this fashion. We didn't yesterday. We pissed around for quite a bit, if you remember. We had the one leg down, and then we really messed around here. And then we came down, we got close to the lows, and then we did this for about however long before eventually we pushed down. So that wasn't the cleanest second leg down, but I think we pretty much had 2 legs down, as good as anyway. Not quite, but you can see a leg down with a bit of a correction here, and eventually we had 2 smaller legs there, but it messed around, didn't it? It came down here anyway, and, well, it's irrelevant, isn't it? So let's just, where's that 20? So prices are coming down here. Sellers at 32, just below, just above, sorry. So this is nice. We've got a small break here and a new low already, so that's played out. Oh, nothing I can do on the CL. I did look at a possible second entry, long, high, or low, but we're topping off somewhere around about here, aren't we? Somewhere around about there. And then we've got a couple of bottoms here, so it is kind of doing that, isn't it? But we've had a bounce off the top of retest and quite a strong move down. So trouble is, you could say a second entry short here, but then we could have another leg up. It's just, when it's like this, it's just better off sitting tight. I can't see anything that would have interested me. No. I know Vladdy said he takes about 70% of his trades on the CL. He only takes a trade a day, 1 trade a day. But lately, it's not been great. Well, I took one off a couple of days ago. Was it Monday? I took a couple of points off one Monday, or 10 ticks off one on Monday. Okay, so Chan, we've got a break here, clear break and a new low, so I don't want to automatically go short here. We could trap some shorts down here and push a bit higher. It's hard to say. We've got orders above and orders below. The orders are above a little more. There are some at 40, some a little bit higher, some a little bit lower, some around about the 33-ish level, 33 and a bit, which is at that EMA. But with these orders here, I wouldn't take a trade here. because I'd be relying that this is going to move down in this bottom tier. It could quite easily pop up. Depends how much the pull is on those sellers up there. The other thing that concerns me as well is we got buyers around 26. Let's have a look. It's around about 26 to 28. So there's 26 at the bottom and a bit higher. So there are traders going to buy in this area. So do I really want to sell into that? No, I'd rather we have a little pullback and move up towards the top. I want to make sure if I do get into a sell, I've got enough room before I'm hitting buyers, or enough room to the lows. Usually at the lows, there are buyers. They start from 25, which is at the lows. A little bit above 20. Yeah, 25 to 25 and a half-ish. So here. So that's gone. Now the sellers are here. Between about 42 and 40. So 42 and there's 40. And 42 a little bit higher. There. So let's just remove these. 40 and 42. So there are sellers there. Now that looks like a little micro channel to me. So I'm doing this. So if we get a little, we may get a break here, and it may test this area. You see where these sellers are? I bet I'll be surprised if we haven't bounced here before. Yeah, we have. 1, 2, 3 times here. So it's amazing when I put these areas up, how price comes into contact with them. So I'd like to see a couple of little legs up and maybe get a break and a retest of this. Okay, I'm just taking a quick bathroom break. I'll be just a second. Oh, so if there's a bigger channel, 2 pushes down, it may be reversing here. I'm not super convinced. And the one thing that's making me think this isn't reversing is the fact that there could be a bigger channel and we've got a bunch of sellers here. So there are, and if you're going to sell, it would be at support and resistance, which is here. Who knows? Someone said they're waiting for a fail second entry short. Okay, I wouldn't take this because there's a bunch of sellers right above it. And we've got a little channel with a break. Now, it may push down. If sellers like that, in fact, it looks quite different on this channel. We've got a break and a new high. It looks okay there, but I'm sitting tight just for now because I can see there's about 38, 39. There's 791 contracts. There's 1,000 contracts in this area. A little bit below there now. So between 37 and a half Where's that? Tick above there, and about 41, 42-ish. So there are a massive amount of sellers here. There's over 1,000 contracts, I think. Read 790 contracts at about 38, which is right above that bar. So what is that telling you? Is it going to continue down, or is it going to put? If you get aggressive sellers here, it may come down. But my guess is it's going to do this. We've got a channel with a break. We're waiting for a new high, so we'll see. See, I'm just going to save this a minute. Because I might use this as an example. Why not to necessarily go short here? I'm not saying it's definitely going to, but my guess is I've seen this story before. If this traps traders, at least it's nice to have that. Why didn't this work? Because we've got a bunch of sellers here. Now, these sellers could disappear, but at the moment, there's over 1,000 contracts in this area. Now, if there's a lower high here, that may trap traders. Now, I ain't saying... Let me have a look. Someone else has got this, see? So there's going to be shorts in there, without a doubt. But in fact, I hope this fails because it'll prove my point. See, there's 800 contracts there now. There's going to be traders taking that 100%. And there's probably going to be some chat. Why didn't it work? Channel break, new high, bearish bar. At least then I've got the option to go, well, there's a huge amount of sellers, one tick above this red bar, which is why, in my opinion, it didn't work. Now, it could still go down, but my guess is seeing this now, it's not going to. So I hope it does break above there. Not that I want to lose people money, but I want people to see that our book map can possibly help you now. Having said that, if we get enough aggressive sellers, it may still come down. I hope it doesn't, because I just want it to prove that if you have bookmap, it may be able to help you. So it's triggered them there, and it's pushed up and missed them by a tick. Now, a lot of the times, if it's a strong enough position, it'll do that and continue down. And not only that, there's going to be traders getting in here for the lower high stroke triple test. If there's enough aggressive sellers there, it'll push it down. But I'm sitting tight here. This is dangerous, this. And if we have got a bigger channel, leg and a leg. So you've got to be a bit careful here. I guarantee there'll be sellers in here. I want to try to take that second entry short. I bet there will have been. I bet there will have been. Let's have a look. It may go down. Can't see anything just at the moment, mind you. They're probably not going to be posting pictures while they're in a trade anyway. You see at 38 there's 820 contracts. 920. There's about 1,100 contracts in this area here to sell. Not only that, we've had 2 legs down. It depends how you're looking at it. But a few people I can see have got the bigger channel. Now, it could hold. If there's enough sellers in there, it may give it that little protection. But my guess is if it pushes above there, it'll do it with a little bit of oomph. Avoid it because it looked like too big. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that we had quite a reasonable looking bar short off this possible uptrend, which I'm guessing there's going to be some shorts in there. Okay, seeing those big orders now, it's broken above there. They've just been yanked. So it's sly, that, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I'm only putting that channel there. I've taken away the colour, which is an area of interest, but not something I would definitely trade. If I thought that was a 100% channel, I'd have taken a possible short there. On this side, it looked much better. But I'm a bit unsure about it. It's got a channel break, 2 pushes up to a new high. So let's see if we get a reaction here. Took the second entry short. Dan's, someone else, take the second entry short of the key entry point. Dan's put key entry point, question mark. So there's definitely been a couple of traders taken that off the key entry point. Dan's put key entry point, question mark. So we got a touch, a touch, a touch, a touch. It works nice on the bottom. So it could be a channel. It's a possibility. Was it a big bar? Was it? It's got to have been 5 points, isn't it? Near enough. I understand why people would take it. So if you go a tick above, tick below, yeah, it's over 5 points. 5.5 point loss, 5.25. Say, yeah, it's a fair chunky. Considering the ATRs only sort of 2.7. I still wouldn't take a short here because we've still got some orders in here. Not as much. That big 800 got yanked. I think it got yanked. It may have got it, but it was at about 38. So I don't think it got hit. It may have got yanked. So this may be, I mean, some may think triple test, let's go short. And that may be it. It may just come rushing down, but I don't know. It's a bit finicky here, isn't it? It just goes to show how much thought process goes on in your brain. I mean, I talk about what I'm seeing. It just goes to show how much is going on in the... You know, you don't realise how much you actually learn. All these little finicky bits that are they, aren't they, not sure about it. They all come to a conclusion in that part of your brain that makes you pull that trigger. So on here, it looked like a break. On the left chart, it looked like a break with a new high. Now you can say a break new high. Bloody will say that may constitute a break new high in one bar. And we've got some reaction off a possible key entry point. So you can understand why there are sellers there. So 1, 2... I know there's definitely 2 traders that took it. 3 traders. Someone else said they got burnt. Someone put unsure key entry point. Yeah, I mean, it's got a good point here. Look, am I supposed to know that this is not a reaction to the key entry point? It's a fair question. We got 1 touch, 2 touch. That one confirms it. 3 touch. The bottom looks right. Yeah, it's 2 legs back. But how many times when you touch a few times here, we come back and come back a third time? How are you supposed to know? It's a valid question, isn't it? Am I supposed to know that this is not? Because it looks like it. And if this rushed down, Mac would mark it. I guarantee it would. If this pushed down belows and carried on going down, I guarantee Mac would mark that. So you can understand why people take these. And this now happens way more than it used to. It's weird, isn't it? And it's even more frustrating when it takes you out for a couple of ticks and then does push down. Yes, well, see, to me, there's a little channel here, and if there was a short here, I would probably avoid it because it's in a little uptrend. I would want to see a break and a new high to consider taking a trade. And that's what we've had. We've had a break, 2 pushes to a new high. And that was in conjunction with the sellers here for me. So other sellers in this area are looking for something else, aren't they? And now we may be getting that move down. It's a little bit sideways for me. And if you look on Bookmap at the moment, it's very black. There are a few just popping up. In fact, 37. At 37, there are 700 contracts. My guess is it's above there and it's trying to suck traders up. No, it's a little bit higher than that. So 36 3/4. There are sellers there. So does that mean is it? But I mean, it's looking like it's about to start going down. But for me, it's a little bit sideways, so I'm staying out. But you can understand. I mean, we got a touch. Let me just adjust this slightly so I can say we have got perfect touch. Negligible, isn't it? Let's say perfect touch, perfect touch, perfect touch, perfect touch. More or less a perfect touch. I can tweak that slightly. So, like that guy said in that comment, you can understand how are we supposed to know this isn't going to rocket down? To me, there's a channel, so I would wait for a clear break, which is why I think that's a bit risky. The fact that there was a stack over 1,000 contracts here, whether they're just spoofing and trying to drag price up, it's irrelevant. The fact is, it's more likely going to push up above there, which is another reason for me to kind of stay out. So you can understand why it's difficult for traders. Because if this carried on down and bounced at the bottom and pushed up there, market, the question wouldn't even exist then. But the fact that it did what it did, traders are going, well, hold on a minute. It's clear, we're getting a clear rejection, what looks like rejection there, off what looks like a nice fitting channel, top and bottom. So you can understand why, why traders are questioning that sort of thing. Look, someone else has got that possible channel. Perhaps we're just going to have a break because we got a channel up. So it's one of those things, isn't it? So this is going a little bit sideways. So you can see on Bookmap, those orders that were there have been pulled now. So what I will say is, if we get a second leg down, as I mentioned earlier, we won't just come down like this for me. We'll have to have something else. So let me just pop that there like that and put that there. So we're not going to just continue down like that. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a correction here and then this comes down. And that's what it's looking like for me. Possible triple test. It's very tempting, that is. Trouble is, we may get a larger leg up. You're going to have traders trapped here, aren't you? And down here as well. So maybe that isn't terrible. It's one of those things. If it works, it's okay. If it doesn't work, it's too early. If you look here as well, we've tested it again. But the bar's not finishing great anyway. And there's always a possibility we could get a larger break. It's a small break for such a reasonable size channel, so we may end up getting something a bit higher. A leg up. 2 attempts to go lower and a second leg up, clearing out any possible liquidity. That's probably gone anyway, but I see sellers at 40, which is there, which is in the ballpark, and sellers at 41 and a quarter, which again is all in this area. So there are, have a look, 125s. There are nearly 400 contracts in this area. So if we get a leg and another leg up here and nice bearish reaction, I'd like that. And not only that, you can have longs trapped here, longs trapped if this continues up for the higher low, probably longs down here. So there'll have been buyers there, I don't doubt, trying to reverse it, depending on where their stop is. But you can have buyers stops here, possible higher low. I hope that finishes bullish for a little push up. So sellers at 27. Just under 27 and a half. So we got, we got buyers right down here, right at the bottom. There's always buyers, isn't there, trying to catch reversals. So bull bar, there is a higher low there. I'd like it to push up, pick up some of these sellers, and then find 2 legs up, and then, or a correction, and then a nice move down. So another reason why that may have failed, because here we've got a little break here. It's not the greatest one here, not so much. So that might be why we're having a second leg. So sellers here, that's interesting. CL chart is just crap. Chop, 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 chop. Possibly resembles a bull flag. Possibly a bull flag. Leg up bull flag. Maybe it'll shoot up there. We'll have a look later. I don't follow patterns, but I'm aware of what they are. Okay, so we're getting up towards these sellers. And I want to see a strong reaction here. There'll be a bit of liquidity here, possibly. Possibly a little bit of support and resistance there. You can see it here. One bounce there and here. So if we can get into this area and get some rejection, I'd like that for a move down. Yeah, I like the look of that. There is a second entry short there, but I want to get a little bit higher, and then I want to see that push below the EMA. I don't think you can confuse this with an uptrend. It's too shallow, not strong. So for me, this is just a feeble attempt to push in. I will see. Now we have broke above any liquidity, so it may go now, but I'd like it to get closer to the measured move. Trouble is, if you're getting too early, it may trigger and push up. So I tend to use the guidelines of Bookmap, and those sellers are here, 400 contracts. I think this may get sellers in a bit early, I think. Based on what I'm seeing. Mind you, there are some sellers, not a huge amount, a little bit early, but for me, this is too early. You could get in the worst trade in the world and it'll work. So sometimes, if I say this is too premature and it rockets down, doesn't necessarily mean I'm wrong, but look what's happening now, see? So if you'd have gotten there now, your arse would be twitching like a good one. Yeah, if this is a channel, we've had a break of it. We've had one small attempt to go lower. I would like another attempt to go lower, which tells me this is more likely a couple of legs or a correction. If we can get above here, we're probably going to get above into this kind of realm here where there are sellers. And you understand why there are sellers right in this area. It's right at that measured move. And you are going to trap a shed load of longs. You can have longs here, possibly from here. Big push up there. I know someone who took a trade there, so if this thing flushes down, what more liquidity is left up here? Not a lot, a little bit here. Look how much liquidity is sitting here. So we're into that area now, see? So there are still a few more little higher. I'd like it to just push just a touch higher. Yeah, okay, that's getting us into the ballpark. Now I want to see some strong rejection here. Not only that, could argue possible failed breakout of this leg. Up, across, and up. Okay, it's touched that measured move now. Let's see what happens. That's broken above that bit of liquidity there. Now let's see what happens. We need a reaction here. Otherwise, we could be doing something different. There are aggressive buyers here trying to push this up. There are some sellers at 45. Actually, you could argue for that to be there. That's the highest point in the move up, and that's the lowest point in the move down. Still surpassed it, so still two legs. Okay, that's taken them sellers there. Mind you, that little second entry short was trapped and that went longer, so uh, So we're at this 50% level now. Let's see if we get any reaction here. You may argue there's a small overshoot, but I think it's negligible. Buyers at 45. So there are some buyers thinking this may be going up. Who knows? Uh, Heading up to 6960. Buyers there. So buyers at 50, which is there. So channel break, new high. So that's played out. However you want to look at it. I was very tempted. We had 3 touches up here. There was a lower high there. It went down and pulled back up a bit. I was tempted to get in there. I like the fact we got breakdown. It's nicely under that EMA there. That would have worked. It went down. There was enough room to that midline. So it is working on that midline. But as we've had 3 touches up top, my guess is it's more than likely going to come down a little bit lower. But whether we're getting something like that, I don't know. But that would have worked. I don't think it was terrible, congested, negligible. But it did work. It did come back a little bit, but I think when it came back and started to look like it was going down, I was tempted to get in, but I left it in the end. Like we may fall from here, I think so. I'm not convinced we're not still coming down. It's hard to say, really. Yeah, we seem to be working up, but we've got a spike up with a break, 2 pushes. So whether this turns out as a spike and channel or whether it does turn here, it's hard to say. I mean, you never know. Later in the day, we may end up doing something like that. It's hard to say, but sometimes these bigger things come into play. I certainly think it's advisable to sort of be aware of them. If you were going to go in long into a possible larger downtrend, that's the only kind of reason why. I certainly wouldn't short from it, just in case it isn't. But going long into it may not be the wisest thing, but we'll see. I mean, it's pulled up a little bit more than I would have liked, but I think it's probably, isn't it? Probably gone up to that 61 point something level. Let's have a look. Yeah, a little bit above it. Who knows? It may pull back. It may bounce here. I know there's some buyers here. But it's at that crunch area, isn't it? Maybe it'll drop down, pull back a little bit, and then work down again. Who knows? We did something similar yesterday. We had that leg down, and we had a lot of messing around before we eventually had 2 pushes down and broke these lows. It wasn't a full leg. We got below the lows and eventually had that quick sort of reversal in the last sort of hour or so, whatever it was. But we had that. We were looking for a second leg down. Eventually, we got the best part of it. But we've had a channel with a break, 2 pushes to a new high. It's coming down quite neatly now. And now we are starting to get sellers below price coming in. So sellers are around about the 53-ish. 53 and a half, which is about there, which is telling me that maybe we're coming down. Who knows? What I'd like to see is a second entry long failure here, because I guarantee you there'll be traders doing that. Now, it doesn't look terrible, so it may be right. But the fact is that we're getting sellers in is telling me that this may turn. It's hard to say. It may be valid, but it's hard to say. I'm not so sure, put it that way. Thomas Way's looking for a second entry long at the EMA. That's the trouble. He's got that channel, and that's where you can get a little bit wrong. So I don't think it is. But I could be wrong. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll kill the color. So it's a possibility. Yeah. There are sellers at 55. Yeah, up to 57. 57's the top of the tree for me, but that's under price, I think. It's right at the top. So that it's just one of those things. It's not an exact science, this, is it? It's just taking, it's kind of taking what you know and trying to do the best with it you can. And obviously over time, experience gives you that little bit of guidance and hopefully helps you make better decisions. But look at this now. This is coming back quite solid. I mean, that's a reasonable size bar there. So my guess is we may do this. So we may do this and then something like this. Maybe get up there a bit, pick up some of the sellers, and then I still think there's a good chance this is going to come down. So I'm going to stake my reputation on that and see if it gets that type of thing. Little leg down, little correction, and then a bigger move down. Whether we'll get that eye, I'm guessing if it goes sideways, the EMA might be around that area, which is why I've kind of drawn that. If it follows my line exactly, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket later because I'd say something's working on my side. Now, we could make a break in, push up, make a new high, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, people are saying need a higher low. Not sure. There is a failure there, but not one I'd want to take. I don't like that anyway, to be honest with you. That's the only one I'm sure of. So I drew that possible larger channel there. Now, this is just out of curiosity, really. Yeah, someone else has drawn it. So you never quite know how these things are going to work, do you? At the end of that, I certainly wouldn't. You wouldn't benefit much from it now. Understanding where that is and thinking if you were going to go long, that probably wasn't the best place to go long. I certainly wouldn't short it either, because you don't know this is the thing. But if we come down here and bounce and come back up here, may mark that later on. So it just goes to show that it's worth being aware of these areas, because if you were looking for a long gear, just connecting the dots there and seeing that the bottom fits as well may just give you a little bit more insight before you decided to go long into it, because we've hit that line and it's almost turned, isn't it? It's turned on the spot. So we'll see. We'll see. So we got a little channel with a break. We are pushing up, not very strongly, but we're pushing up towards this EMA. So if you went long there or anywhere there, well, there, for instance, triggered you and come down. Let's see what happens now. Is this going to flush down or is it going to go a bit sideways? So far, it's fitting me little line nice. We're not even halfway there yet, though, so... So if traders were looking for a higher low there to go long, I don't think that big a channel is valid, I think. Okay, Thomas Wade's changed it now. He did have it up there. He's got that there now. So, and rightly so as well. You're asking a bit there, but you might have just put that there like me, just sort of out of curiosity. Sometimes, these things, they're not exact science. It's a work in progress, isn't it? It's easy to come in at the end of the day and mark them, but when you got to, follow things as the price, adjusts and changes, it's a little bit harder. So you can be forgiven for, moving stuff around and so on and so forth. So sellers at 45, which is there. So are we going to get a little pullback there? I won't be surprised if we did. We got a little leg and a break. I've got it. Well, Thomas has got it on his, and it doesn't look too bad on his. It doesn't look great on mine. There's two little legs, and this one I've put it in one little push, but it's not fantastic. And if it is, there may be a little overshoot there anyway. So we'll see. I would like to see a little pullback here. I can't see that coming down at that rate. So see if we get a move up here. But we're definitely trending down over the whole day, really, right from the get-go. We're down, a little bit of sideways down, pull back, a couple of legs down, a couple of legs up, and then down again. So we are kind of, the overall's down, isn't it? So, and that doesn't surprise me. Another all-time high there, all-time high there. I think that was an all-time high. It may have been. So we made 3 in 3 days. So it's not really going anywhere, is it? So it's not surprising that we get a pullback. It does look a bit, if you look at the daily, it does look like it's due for a correction of some sort. Had that big couple of legs back, and we're going as sideways as well. So the last 3 days, we've hit all-time highs again. So you wouldn't be surprised if we had a little bit of sideways or a pullback or something. It depends. We've only got to get a little bit of bad news and this thing. But not only that, if you look at the highs here as well, we're kind of, we're kind of rejected a little bit off this. So who knows? Who knows? We're at the EMA now anyway, so it may hold here and go sideways or push up. Or we may have a quick pullback. Yeah, who knows? So a couple of legs. I do think we're likely to have a pullback. What time is it? Okay, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'll leave you with that. Getting a bit dry in the old gob area. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, make a cup of tea, and I'll be back. Okie dokie. Wow, straight down. So, didn't even pull back, did it? Sellers there. Okay, let's make this a larger channel, see if this fits. Not great, is it? I'm going to leave that like that, I think. ISO flight. You said you can see sellers stacked. Where do you see that, bud? Was it on Bookmap or someone else? Do you use something else? Just out of curiosity. I saw them here, but not as much. So I just wonder whether you were looking at something else. So possibly something larger. That's probably how it's working. I would like to see some kind of pullback. I didn't expect that, just a quick run down. Actually, maybe this is something larger. Oh, you did see on my Bookmap. Yeah, okay. Not sure about this. I don't like. Trader Map Pro Indicator. Do you pay for it, bud, do you? You have the pay version of it, do you? Look at that little break. Buff straight down. No arguing. Yeah, this is coming down really strong, isn't it? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 odd points straight down, pretty much. This allows you to filter limit orders. Interesting, yeah. It's because there's one, isn't there? Isn't it like $100 a month, and then you got to pay $35 for fees. I tried it for a month. I bought because there's the global and the global plus. I think the global was about $50 a month, and then the live data. I think I got one of. I either got the data half price for a month or something, but I think I paid $45 for the. But what I like is this imbalance thing here, the buyers and sellers, the red and the green bit top right. I like that, and you had to have the global plus for that. So it's definitely a valuable piece of kit, isn't it? It can save you. I mean, if I lose a trade, if I lose an average trade of 3 points now, that'll lose me $3,000. You can buy the lifetime license for less than that. So if it saves you one loss, it's way more than It is overpriced, yeah. So $100, isn't it, for the Global Plus, and then 30, so it's $135 a month. Now, what's that? $1,500 a year. Mind you, if it saves you one loss, that's paid for 2 years worth, but it does seem a lot to pay, doesn't it, every month? Mind you, if you're making 100, 200 grand a year, maybe it's not so much. And it depends how much you use it. I use it as, well, I don't know. I use it as kind of guidance, but maybe as everyone uses it that way. Who knows? So this thing just wants to keep on going down. I knew it was at crunch area here. I thought it was here. It went up a little bit more than I expected it, but this was kind of that 50% level. But I was kind of looking at this liquidity before it, which we kind of did really, didn't we? But Yeah, it is a bit overpriced. I don't mind paying 50 a month and then the data, but see, if you don't trade with Rhythmic and you've got a Rhythmic account, though, you can pay $10 a month and have the data on Rhythmic. But if you're using Rhythmic as your connection thing, you know, with your prop firm, you can't have two. You have to pay extra to have two connections at Rhythmic. But if I was trading all these now on Tradeovate and not using Rhythmic account, I could pay $10 a month and use Rhythmic for the data, for the live data in Bookmap, which would save me $25 a month. But yeah, the only difference with the global that I really wanted with the Global Plus was this little you can see the buyers and sellers, the quick imbalance. So you can see in a quick, if the price starts to move and you can see a quick influx of sellers. I kind of like that. The conclusion that nobody knows anything. And now I just use a couple of moving averages. There's so many different ways. You know, some things work for some people, they don't work for others. For me, I think it's invaluable, but I know other patch traders who are not interested in the slicer. So it depends on you. It depends what you've used. It depends if something's helped you. You know, I noticed there was a guy, and quite an experienced guy, took 2 losses in 2 days. The setups weren't terrible. The context for me was a little bit iffy, but I saw large sellers above his signal bar, and I noticed he lost both trades, and I could see why. So then I started using it a bit more and watching it a bit more, and then I just saw more and more value for it. So there's so many different ways, and different people swear by things. I think it depends whether you've had success with something particularly. And then you can think, wow, it's brilliant. So it's one of those things, isn't it? There's so many different ways to trade, really. So I think the chance now of us getting this second leg down is pretty reasonably high, I'd say. Let's see if we end up having some kind of a larger channel. That actually doesn't look too bad. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Who knows? This is all one move down in your opinion. Well, it is, isn't it? It's this was a move. There was a bit of, but yeah, I mean, you can see it's looping down, can't you? I mean, if you looked at it on higher time frames, you got less of this noise, and it would look more as a fluent move down, as opposed to these little kind of daisy chaining down, for want of a better word. Yeah, the whole day, you mean? Yeah. You're on about this whole move down. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you notice, when I started the stream, in fact, when I started the stream, I put that there. So that's what I was kind of looking at. But all this, it's, yeah, one move down. It is one move down. Obviously, it's every move down has little pullbacks, doesn't it? But yeah, I mean, it's clearly moving down like that. Yeah, I mean, I put that on, if you notice, when I first came onto the stream. I mean, this is taking it a bit lower, isn't it? If we get down here, it's bouncing off the midline. So, absolutely. But obviously, you know, from a Pat's point of view, I'm looking for the pullbacks on the way down. So now we're below the lows here. I'm looking for sellers up and around here. So I can see some at 30, which you'd expect. That's right, the EMA. So maybe you have a sideways, maybe you have a failed breakout. I'd like to sort of push up a bit higher and test this area. This line here. So we'll go inside. The trouble is, you never know when we have a small pullback or a larger one. So we're clearly getting a little bit of congestion. So I'd like to see maybe a failed breakout, or a breakout rather that fails. So we've got a touch here, a touch here. Bottoms look okay. So sellers around here, and there are buyers down here at 22, which is below everything. So trouble is, if this is a larger channel, we're getting close to the bottom of it. Well, not close actually. Yeah, so you don't know how much further this thing's going to go down. What I would say is, as long as there's enough room to the lows, I think there's a relatively weak bull bar there. You can see it a bit clearer here. So I'd like to see it come down below there. I'd like to see it take out any liquidity there. And in doing that, it should get close to that 30 level. And then you could kind of trade it as a failed breakout, but depends how it looks. Okay, there's the first entry. See if this pulls up a bit higher. Doesn't look like a reversal pattern to me. But it is getting close to those lows. See, if you look at the lows, we had a little bit of sideways there and it started to move up. We did there a little bit and then a little bit higher before it started to move up. So I'm not sure how I'd feel about this. So see if we get a really strong reaction here. We know we're hitting buyers at 30. Sellers, sorry. There are buyers at 20, which is down here. Plenty of space down here. And there are buyers at 22.5, which is here below the lows. There's something I don't like about this. We haven't broken above that blue bar yet. I don't think. Yeah, we have. No, that's not rejection, is it? Okay, we're testing this now. Testing the undercarriage of this. 33, 35. So there are sellers in this area. Hmm. Interesting. I'm still waiting because I can see sellers there. I mean, it's one of them things. It may work. Testing kind of this area and the underside of that as well. So you can see we pulled it there, pulled it there. So that may work. I'm just not taking it. I'd like to see more two legs, I think. It's just something about it. I'd like to see something like that. Maybe get into this area before we push down again. We're having reasonable pullbacks, aren't we? After we've kind of, moved down. So I'm not sure about that. I don't like it. Sometimes it's hard to put your finger on me. The picture just doesn't look great. Uh, like to see something like that. Uh, Someone's saying a lower high. Okay. Yeah, Thomas Way's considering a lower high. Something I don't like about this, especially when you've got 260 contracts in that area there, right above where that bear bar is. Might work. Definitely a bearish day. It's just every other time we've had larger pullbacks. So I'm just going to sit tight, I think. Yeah, I mean, Thomas is looking at the same thing as me. He's got this little micro with a break. I'm a bit unsure about what I'm seeing here, but he's looking for a lower high there. And it may work. It's just the way it's struggling here. For me, I'd like to see it push higher. I hope it doesn't finish bearish because I don't want traders to get trapped. I mean, by the count, that is a second entry short. It broke above there. Uh, Not only that, if it breaks above, you could argue there's a triple test there. See, triple test lately, I'm not seeing as many of them. You could say 1, 2, 3, 2 little legs up. Let's not confuse it. You can see there's some support there, which may be giving some resistance. Is that going to trap any shorts there? This does trigger. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. It's not anyway, is it, I think? Let's take one anyway. Okay. So we can see the sellers 33 3/4 to 35 in this area. I want to see some strong rejection now. So all the sellers there have now been taken. Let's see what happens. So I need that to move below that EMA, really. So we've had 2 legs up. Sellers down there. Well, so far this second entry short, or this whatever you want to call it, this bear bar is holding. I don't know whether it will or not, but we hit sellers here. We've hit a measured move here. I certainly wouldn't take that myself, although it's a small risk if anybody does like it. But I want to see that move down and the little pullback. I want to say move down and pull back for the possible larger channel. If we can, couple legs down, maybe trap some longs here and get a failure. I'm not definitely saying it's going to work down, but the fact that there were sellers trying to push this thing down and not as many buyers tells me that maybe it's going to continue down. But these pullbacks after these channels here have been quite hefty. You can see it there, you can see it there. So it may go up a bit higher than we think. The only reason I thought it may struggle here is because of this. We didn't have much here. We had a bit here, but it wasn't as neat as this. Actually, I don't like that. I'm going to do this first one, I think. Okay, if you took that one, mind you, if you'd have gone 1-to-1, that would have worked. I don't know how far it came down, but I'm guessing it was probably enough. Depending on what you went for, it was only 6 ticks, one it tick above, tick below. So you'd have got best part of 2 points out of it, but I wouldn't have taken it. Although it does look like a couple of legs. It's finicky here. These pullbacks here we've had that look like they're going down have a big pullback. And same with there, we come down again, we have a break to looking like it's reversing, all of a sudden down it comes again. So it's definitely working down. And the thing about this bigger channel, however you have it, regardless of how you have it, I kind of see it like that. We're getting close to the lows here, so we pushed up, little bit of sideways and took off, pushed up, little bit of sideways and took off, pushed up, bit of sideways. So there's always a chance, And when we're getting these pullbacks, it's kind of coming to kind of this part of the year. You can see it maybe halfway between the top two. You can see it there. We pull back to about there. Are we going to get into this area before this thing comes down? Maybe. But if we're going with kind of the pattern that we're seeing, we're pulling back so much, aren't we? So we'll give it a little bit more. So it doesn't help you so much to trade off these areas, but it's useful to clearly see we are obviously looping down. So at least we know we're looking mainly for shorts. So measured move has played out, but this is a bit finicky, isn't it? It may push up a little bit temporarily, but I think when we get to this area, it's going to start working down again. We'll see. So we've got sellers at around about just below 37 level, which is, sorry, just below 37 and a half, which is about here. Do you know what? You could adjust that a little bit. You could adjust that and just say we've had two legs up, a retest, and now we're coming down. How bad does it look? It doesn't look terrible. We haven't made a new low, have we? So maybe two legs up, a retest, and this is the way down. Who knows? Wow, Bitcoin's nearly 100,000. $3,000 off 100 grand. It's definitely been a bit different this cycle, isn't it, with cryptocurrency? The only one that's, well, I mean, Bitcoin's done well. What did it get down to? 60, 67, 68,000 in the last bull run. It went up to 120 last year. I don't know. Some say it could hit 200 before we turn down. Who knows? But the others have been a bit finicky. Ethereum's done nothing really. It barely broke last cycle's highs. The only one that's had some real success is Solana. That went down to about, I think it went down to about $10. There was some bad news with some investment bank maybe a year or so ago, and it had a real drop. I think I bought it at $18 and sold it at 23, 25, something like that. I can't remember, but it went up to 250, 270, 280, something like that. That's the one that's had the real move, but Ethereum's done crap, isn't it? Mind you, could change this year. Who knows? So, what am I doing here? Shorten this? Not really at the moment. I'm not sure whether this is a bigger channel. It may push up a touch higher. There are sellers just below 31, which is telling me there are sellers thinking this is going down, and if it pulls back, they may be interested. There's going to be some longs here, possibly here as well. It may just drop. Well, there we go. There's the answer. That'll have been buyers there thinking pull back. This is going up. So, I need a little pullback here. There are some sellers around. Not a huge amount, maybe 29-ish. So I mean, it hasn't been as big as a pullback as if we've had. So, I mean, we could try again. Who knows? I don't know. Oh, sellers around this area. Right, are we going to have a second push, or are we going to have a little second entry short, and this is going to drop down some more? Where are my sellers at 30? That's interesting. Just get an order up here.
Order submitted.
Just see if we have a little push up. We have on this chart. Hmm. How do I feel about this? There are sellers there I can see. Where are they at 30? So I'd like a push up above that bar, which we haven't had as yet. Okay. 2 little pushes up. See what happens here. Right. Channel down. 2 pushes up. We need to get some reaction here super quick. Otherwise, I'm yanking this. Gone a bit too high for me. I can't see any liquidity here that's worth pushing up for, to be honest with you. I'd rather 2 legs up. This is getting a bit premature. Let's
Order cancelled.
pull this baby back. So maybe we're getting something like this. As I say, each time we broke these channels, we've had quite a steady pullback. Same here. I mean, these moves look almost identical. So I'd expect a little bit more of a pullback, certainly maybe to this area. Or at least a couple of attempts before we pushed down. See here, we pushed up and then broke and went up. Same here, pushed up, went a bit sideways and went up. But we've had one leg up, pushed back quite strongly. I'd like to see another leg up and then a push back, pull back again. We'll see. So move down, bump, bump, 2 legs up. That can come down a bit. Let's put that there. Can come down a fraction. Go up a smidgen. Okay, see what happens here. Move down, bump, bump, 2 attempts to go higher. Could have something like that, maybe like that. So where have I got sellers? Around the 37.5 level, which is there. There are buyers. I don't know, they're getting yanked a bit. Maybe a bit higher. Yeah, there are some sellers here. Not enough though. Okay, so if you look at this, the 10,000 tick chart, we got 2 little legs up here. That would be a second entry short if it finished right. trouble is, we're coming away. If that's the channel, we're coming away a little bit here, so that may mean we get a bit of an higher push. It's hard to say. It is a second entry short. That's on the 10,000 tick chart. But because we're coming away, if this is a channel, that's a course, because we're coming away, that tells me we may be losing. There's certainly plenty of space to come down a bit, but I'm just sitting here. That would make me nervous about going short, although there's plenty of space. I mean, it's 10 points down there, I think, easily. But the fact that we are coming away a bit, possibly. Yeah, it still kind of looks the same, doesn't it? So let me just get this correct. Let's see if it is that way. Doesn't look bad. Yeah, we're coming away a little bit. So I don't know. Maybe that second entry short on the 10,000 tick chart is working. So it is 2 legs up. That second leg isn't as high. Just might mean it hasn't got the legs. So is there a small break and a new high? Possibly. Got buyers down here, 22.5, which is below price, which is interesting. Okay, leg down, 2 attempts to push up. Relatively strong move down. Unfortunately, there's just no entry there, really. I don't know whether we've had a break, a new high, and now this is pushing down, but it is playing out like a channel, a couple of pushes. I dare say that is maybe a penguin kind of a trade. Probably have his stop here. You'd have it on a 1-to-1. There at the lows, quite likely going to break. You'd expect it to. Depending on where he got in, maybe he'd pull that back a little bit. out before the lows. But that's penguin style trade, I think. Channel down, 2 attempts to push higher. There's no definitive turn to me. We just get it. Well, maybe it's the doji followed by a red bar. Who knows? Been a tricky day today. Probably going to be there's 3 bounces there on the left chart. Strong bull bar up there, which looks like it's trapped. There's probably a lot of stops along there, but it's 20 ticks and it's right into the lows. I dare say it's going to break below that bull bar there, but chop, 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 chop. You know if it's going to go up. You don't know if it's starting to range. There's always that possibility, which you certainly don't want to be going short. Maybe it's ranging a bit, which means it could bounce. I don't bloody know. It's not the easiest of days today. Some days it's, I say this every day, some days it's like this. What I should be saying now. Some months it's like this because it has been a hard month, really. I mean, you'd expect a little bit of, a little bit of lack of this or that around Christmas. That goes without saying. Maybe the first week or so back into the new year, but uh, so we've had this leg down. We've had 2 clear attempts to push up. Is this now going to move down for the 1, 2, third time? We didn't get down to these lows, and that's what concerns me. But the fact that we've had 2 good attempts to push up may mean it comes down a bit lower. I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if we came up towards the top. Got a channel here with a little push up. Can't take this really. It's just congested along there. That's just risky, that is. It's clearly congested there. It may work, but the thing could come tearing down, couldn't it? But I wouldn't want to take that. We're clearly finding some support along there. No arguing that. That's why I've kind of drawn this possible range. We're bouncing a bunch of times here, so going short into it is super risky. But you never know. Things overall bearish. You certainly got more chance of price going down than you have going up. But in this level, I wouldn't be doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bounces in this area. Yeah. So Thomas Wade's got that marked up here as the possible big channel, and he's just posted this and drawn a bit of a range anyway. There's no other way to look at that at the moment, that it's going a bit sideways. May pull back up to the top, could push out lower. I guess after these amount of pushes, I wouldn't be surprised if it's moved up towards the top, but that would just be an educated guess. Now, I did mention that may look like a bull flag, so we've broken out. We've tested it. We've pushed up again. There is a second entry long there, but whether that's a channel or just 2 pushes, I don't know. So I think I'm probably just sitting out of this. It is 2 little legs back, so it may go higher. But I don't trade. I mean, if it is a bull flag, then we may get that move up. But as I don't trade these patterns, I think it's probably best to stay out of this. Because I don't know. Bar's not great anyway, so I'm leaving this. It may work, but it doesn't matter. You bought Bookman. I've just installed Trade Map Pro. And then we can set to only show certain size contracts, but still figuring it out. Yeah, the good thing is there's loads of videos on Bookmap. Trader Map. What is Trader Map Pro? Is that like an add-on or something? Is it, bud? Yeah, I know you can adjust this, can't you, to this sliding? Is it this or something, or this? No, I think it's a sliding thing just to show the brighter colours. Because obviously the bigger numbers are more important. The rest is just kind of noise, really. So it is good. I mean, it's a great bit of software. It's a great bit of software. What are you paying a month? Have you got the $49 or $50, or are you paying the $100, bud? It is a bit pricey, I got to say. But as I mentioned earlier, if it saves you, if I got 20 accounts and I lose $3,500 in a trade, and it saves me from doing that once in a year, that's paid for. It allows you to set max contracts. Is it the $100 one? Yeah. And you got to buy the live data as well, haven't you? Which is about $35, which is quite pricey again, I think, live data. Because it's level 2 data, isn't it? So you're paying a little bit more for it as opposed to the kind of basic data. Mind you, if it works for you and it saves you money, the good thing is it's a bit fuzzy. It's not super sharp. If you've got the screen space and you can afford to pay for it, I think it'll it'll pay for itself. I mean, you can buy a lifetime license. I think the Global Plus, isn't it $2,000 or something? If it saves you one loss, it's paid for itself. So I don't think it's bad. So we've bounced here a bunch of times, and it does look like it may be moving upwards. So as I say, shorting this down into here is just it's super risky, isn't it? So yeah, it's expensive for but those level, yeah, absolutely. So if I didn't have this now and screwed up one trade, and I'd lose say $3,500, 3 and a bit points, you can buy the lifetime license as a one-off payment for that for less than that. So if you think about it, what it does for you, then I think really it's a small price to pay. I mean, when my accounts get up a bit nicer and I can get some bigger payments, I'd certainly be tempted to pay for the lifetime license, and then all you've got then is the $35 a month. I like the fact at the moment, though, for the first time in 5 years, I haven't spent a penny on trading for a month and a half. And I love that feeling. It's great. Literally every day or every other day, I've been paying money out, literally. But for the last month and a half, I haven't spent a penny, and it is a wonderful feeling, I got to say. I'm up to my max 20 contracts, and I know now, as long as I can play the game now without keeping throwing money at it, and it just I'm so much more relaxed. I take a loss, it's okay, I can deal with it. But you know, taking losses and then buying accounts, taking losses, buying accounts, and for me, I may have 10 accounts and I pick up another 2 PAs and I risk them, just trying to boost them up to the same as the others. In the end, I've just given up. It's just not worth it. And when that happens, you slowly but surely start to grow things. So, are we getting a triple test? 3 attempts. Clearly 3 attempts to push up, isn't it? So let's have a look here. So 1, 2. This is clearly the 3rd attempt to push up. Now you don't know whether it'd be interesting to see how this turns, but we could get profit taken here, and that may give us a bearish bar. And some may think, okay, there we go, triple test, let's go short. But I'm always a bit skeptical about that. I'd prefer a lower high or a quick reaction. We've broken above any prior liquidity there. The next bit of liquidity really is up here on my chart. So be interesting to see whether this thing rockets up or turns. I can see orders up here around about 45, which is quite high. In fact, it's right at the top of this bigger channel. So that's the trouble. You don't know whether it's going to turn there and come down, or whether it's going to have a taste and have a taste of the limelight and just turn up. There's no arguing it's a triple test, but sometimes it's not as quite as simple as just deciding to go short there. I can't see 2 definitive legs for me. It's a sketchy 1 leg at best. You may say that, but I mean, you could do something like this, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not doing anything just yet anyway. Trouble is, we may get this little pullback because there's probably going to be profit taken here. If there's bound to be some bottom pickers, the scum of the earth they are. What monthly fees have you with your 10 Apex account? Nothing, mate. I've got 20 PA accounts, and I've paid the lifetime fee in them, so I don't pay anything now monthly. Nothing. I haven't paid a single penny towards trading for a month and a half now. And that's the first time I've not done that in 5 years. Well, since I started doing prop firms, which may be 4.5 years ago. So once you got the lifetime fees, you pay nothing. What monthly fees do you have with your 10 Apex? Mine are all. I've got 20 of them, bud. PA accounts. They're funded PA funded accounts. I pay nothing monthly for them. I paid the lifetime license, which most of them, or a chunk of them, were at the $65-ish, I think. So they're pretty cheap at the moment. So I'm not paying nothing a month at the moment. Absolutely nothing. Nothing in December, nothing in January so far. And it is just a lovely feeling. Okay, there is a possible lower high there. I'm not super convinced. It's a little bit sideways here. We have broken previous liquidity, but I'm not too sure if I can see enough sellers at this level. If it's going to turn down for a triple test, that would be the area which you would expect it. And I'm not seeing. Now, if aggressive sellers sell this, it may go down, but for the moment, I'm just sitting tight here. We've come out of this channel, we've broke it, and we've made 2 attempts to go lower, and we couldn't. So this may go quite a bit higher. That would be a penguin style kind of trade. So I'm sitting tight. It may come down, but I wouldn't be surprised if it pushed up a bit further. I mean, that's quite interesting. Obviously sellers there and aggressive sellers, unfortunately. I didn't have many sellers on my chart, really. This line is just to indicate the level. But there we go. I couldn't because we've had a break and we've already made 2 attempts. We've made 3 bounces here. So for me, I just had to just leave that alone. So you will say there are a couple who took that. But it's easy to take them if you trade an evaluation. Oh, if I lost the account, I'd have to replace the whole account. I'd have to get another evaluation and then pay for another PA account. But I haven't lost one of these in a month and a half. I haven't taken a lot of trades on them, to be fair. But so as long as you don't lose, as long as you're not blowing them, that's what I was saying. For the first time in a month and a half, I haven't blown anything, which is refreshing. It's a lovely feeling. And that's what I wanted to base this year on, trading better, just playing the game. Yeah, I just wasn't sure about this. It is a triple test, granted, but the fact that we've already had a break and made 2 attempts, and the fact that we didn't get down to the bottom just made me a bit wary about that. Yeah, you say that too. I'm assuming you're joking there, but that tuna evals. I'm assuming you must be joking because obviously evals are just they're just sims, aren't they? They're just demos, sim accounts. They're nothing but. So maybe this is just ranging because we'd had 2 legs up in a triple test. Just don't know we're going to entrap shorts here because we've had 2 attempts to go lower. Don't understand the system. What the pip? What the prop system you mean, or with Apex specifically? So these PA, I think it's what you're asking. So I take an evaluation with Apex. If I pass it, I get given a PA account, and then you pay a fee for it, and I can just trade them then. And once I get above $2,600 per account, I can start taking payments. And as long as I don't blow one, I don't need to pay anything else. I've paid for the lifetime license on them, and you can't have any more than 20 accounts. So I just trade these 20 accounts every day now, and when I get to payment level, I'll start slowly taking payments out. I think that's what you mean. Oh, you're not talking about me, are you? Steve, you talk. Oh, right. Okay, you're talking about. Yeah, sorry, mate. I thought you were talking about this, the PA and the what's it, because you did ask me about paying any more, so I didn't know whether you were talking to me or not. Yeah, a few people said they skipped it. Someone else said tempted, but didn't. Mm, I don't think many people took it. Uh, Surprisingly, I thought a few would. Apex specifically, yeah. So, getting some big lag here. So, with Apex, really, you do an evaluation, you pass it, you get given a PA account, and then you trade the PA account like it's real money. Why is that lag so high all of a sudden? So, you can have up to 20 PA accounts. That's the maximum you can have. So, I just copy them all together. And then when I get to payment level, I just grow the accounts and I'll start taking small amounts. But they'll obviously take, if I take a trade on these 20 accounts now, that makes me $3,000. Uh, so over a month, it's not difficult to get $1,000 per account over a month. So you do that times 20, that's potentially $20,000 a month. And I think Nutty is trading 46 accounts. So you double that 20 plus, you can make huge amounts of money potentially. And then once you're making money from your prop firms, then obviously you start funneling some in, trading your own account, copying that as well. So the potential is, you have your own trading style. I typically hold it right. Okay, so you're not trading prop firms. Prop firms are a massive asset to traders because, for instance, at the moment, if you took an Apex evaluation, that would cost you about $33. You've got to get to $3,000 on it. You can pass it in a day potentially. Then you pay $65 and then you get given a PA account. And that PA account, effectively, you've got $2,500 of drawdown. And then you grow it. So for you in your account, if you wanted $2,500 of drawdown to play with, that's what it would cost you out your own pocket. But for me, it's only cost me about $100 per account. So I'm risking $100 on a PA account, which gives me $2,500 of drawdown. You're risking $2,500, which is 25 times the size. So you can make huge amounts of money for prop firms. You really can. The main reasons I use Apex is because I've been using them for 3 years. I like the fact that I can have 20 accounts all in one little neat place. I like their pricing. If you follow the rules, they'll pay. If you break the rules, they'll make you trade for another 8 days. But you can't trade overnight. That's the one side. You've got to come out a minute before, or they'll liquidate your positions a minute before when it closes at the end of the day for an hour. But you're only risking a fraction to get the same 2,500 as you would by risking your own 2,500. So that's why they're so good. Especially if traders haven't got, the trouble is people can learn how to trade, but they haven't got capital. So you can't kind of have one without the other. So you can earn a stack of money for such a small risk with prop firms. Yeah, I mean, it's a simulated account, but what they do is they pay you as it's a live account, and then when you get to, I think, 6 payments for each of those accounts, then they move the money to a live trading. So they'll lump your money together, put it over to a live account. They'll give the option. You can either take everything in your accounts, or they'll move you to a live account, and they'll take 10% of whatever you make. I do know a couple of people that trade live accounts through Apex, and a couple of others as well. Yeah, you can only trade half size until you get above a certain amount. So the maximum size you can trade on a $50,000 account is 5 contracts. To be honest with you, you don't want to be trading any more than that anyway, because you a couple of 3 losses, you're blown him. Once you get above a certain amount, then you can trade more, but you've always got that consistency rule. So if you're going to trade 5 or more contracts, you want to be doing that all the time, because if you trade 7 or 8 contracts and make $3,000, you're going to have to get $9,500 in your PAs before you can withdraw. So the only time I'd recommend trading more contracts is doing evaluations, but when you get to a PA account, you've got to be sensible, really. I was very tempted to do that. My slight concern was, though, that we didn't get to the bottom of this, and I thought we may just skip up to sellers up here, but it did work in the end. But now we've had 4 bounces here, and this looks like a range, so I'm not shorting in the middle of a range, regardless of whether it'll come down or not. You are going to have... in fact, there could be a failure there. Second entry, short, possible failure to move up. But do I really want to go long when it's been coming down all day? It does reduce the risk of it working. Yeah, I mean, if you do break any of the rules, it's not a problem. They'll just refuse your payment and say you've got to trade for 8 more days. And each of those 8 days, 5 of them, you need to have $50 profit or more. The other 3, you can just flip for a 1-tick micro just to make it count. The live Apex traders, you know, are Pat's traders. One of them is, yeah, the other one isn't. I know a few, actually, who got moved onto a live account. I know Nutty's done some live accounts with, I think Lucid. Is it Lucid? Or if it take profit trade. They all kind of do that. Once you get so many payments, they'll move your money into a live account, and then they'll take a cut of it. Usually, they take 10%, you keep 90%. There are some that you keep 80%, they take 20%. Another thing I like about Apex is when you get to payment level, you take the full 2,000. Now, I had 5 accounts with Traderify. I managed to get 4 of them to payment level. I took 8,000. They take 10%, so I lost 800 quid. I didn't think I was going to do that. Whereas Apex, you can get paid up to $25,000 per account before you pay that 90-10 split where they take 10%. That's another reason why I like them. There's a bunch of reasons why I like them. I know the rules well. Others, I'm not so sure. So I've just spent more time trading with Apex. I know how they work. And just the sheer amount of them and how cheap, it kind of works. But, you know, I will, once I start to get these up to strong payment level and get regular payments, I will start to add some more prop firms. So what they'll do is when you get to payment level, they'll give you two options. You can take your money and you can't trade with them for 6 months. Or you can put your money, they'll put your money onto a live account and they take 10%. And the reason they don't let you trade with them, because what people do is they'll take all the money, just get another 20 accounts and carry on again. But when Apex put you onto a live account, they've paid you a considerable amount of money and they want to try and make 10% off you. Because if you've made 6 payments, they obviously know you're a consistent trader and they put you onto a live account. And instead of paying you out of their pocket, then you're making your own money and they take a small cut. So rather than you say, I want my own money, and then you just get another 20 accounts, you're not paying them anything then. See, so that's why they ban you for 6 months. I get why they do it. Because, you know, when you're on even on a PA account, it's still a demo account, but they give you a certain amount of time to either make money and become profitable or blow the accounts and start again. And once you get to so many levels of payments, they'll go, okay, this guy's a trader, he's consistent. We don't want to keep paying him anymore, so they'll put your money onto a live account. You still get paid exactly the same, but they make 10%. What does it mean? The $50,000 doesn't mean anything, really. It's just a kind of a nominal thing. It's the drawdown you get. So with a $50,000, you draw down, the amount of money you can play with is $2,500. $100,000, I think it goes up to $4,000, $150,000, $6,000, something like that. But the easiest ones to pass are the $50,000 accounts because you need to get $3,000. But for a trader like you who may have only been trading his own money, if you're profitable, you're missing out massively by not using prop firms. Prop firms are fantastic. You've got the newer and experienced traders losing money. You've got the more experienced traders making money. The bit left in between, the prop firm makes that money. And then if you continue to make more and more money, they're not going to pay you because that's when they put you onto a real live account. That way, any money that you make is coming from that live account and they take a 10% cut. So it's still within their interest to keep you on their books. Because if you're a trader and you're making 200 grand a year, they're going to be making 20,000 a year off you. So it's worth it with them. But the 50,000 doesn't mean nothing. It's just a $25,000 account, a 50,000. It's just a kind of a nominal thing, really. But what you've really got is $2,500. And if you get an evaluation, say you got an evaluation today, they're about $33. You've got to get to $3,000. When you get to $3,000, your PA field costs you $65, total $100. And then you've got $2,500 worth to play with, which is cost you $100, which is 1/25 of the price, as opposed to you trading your own money and really risking $2,500. So they take a little bit of getting your head round, but they're not too bad. If you want to chat about them or you want to ask any questions, mate, fire away and private message me if you like. I'll be happy to point you in the right direction. So we're clearly arranging here, aren't we? Is this thing, how many times is this going to go up and down? But it's an untapped market for traders like you who've just been trading your own funded account and a lot less bloody risk as well. Yeah, if you blow your account, you just pay another evaluation fee and do it again. But if you're a trader, bud, and you're making money, you won't have any problem. You won't have any problem. A restricted trader. Yeah, these rules and stuff they have, you need them because you just trade stupid otherwise. The best thing Apex ever did was stopped you taking $2,000 when you get to 2.5, because you're only left with $500. 9 times out of 10, you'd blow it. So they did us a big favor by doing that. You can only take 500 maximum. You get to 4,500, you can take $2,000. And then whatever you make a month on top of that, you can withdraw. If you make $1,000 per account, that's only $250 on average per week per account. So you trade one and just copy the other 19. You make $1,000 per month per account. That's 20 times that. You're making $20,000. It's incredible, really. Especially if you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you can make a stack of money for very little risk. And it's great for beginners as well, because they're risking less. But it's much better to lose $35 or $33 on an evaluation than risk your own money. You risk your own real money in it. It can get a lot more expensive. So it's great for traders that can trade but might not have a lot of capital. So what is going on here? We're just obviously chopping up and down. Trouble is, the only thing that worries me, at what point do we decide to trigger and push up? We push up. We've made 3 attempts to go low. This thing could take off. Let me put that like that, which tells me it's more likely we've had a break here. So channel break, small break, new high, pull back. Let's see. So 35, I got sellers at 35, which is where? Right at the top. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be 1 second. Okay, so we got a little micro up there with a break, new high. Let's see what happens here. I'm not sure whether there is something larger. It's hard to say, really. Hmm. Hmm. Looking at buyers down here. So buyers here just below 34, which is about there. So do you want to short into buyers? Bar's no good anyway. Buyers are around about 44. There's a bunch around here. Buyers around this area. You never know. I mean, if aggressive sellers come in, the thing may come down, but that signal bar's no good. So we got buyers here. See what happens. See if this pushes up. I mean, at the moment, it's range rules anyway. So short the tops, buy the bottoms. So that's no good. The bar's no good anyway. Now, if it's a bearish bar, likely aggressive, there is going to be aggressive selling, regardless of whether there are some passive orders trying to push it higher. But there's no signal bar there anyway, so we came down there, hit some buyers. Not only that, I wouldn't want to go short here either. This could push up and break out and fail and come back in. So both those sets of buyers. Now, they may get absorbed. Now, this is opening up a bit now. There are sellers at 40. Not a huge amount, though. And 40 is right up here, so interesting to see whether this thing goes up again and fails here. It could just drop down. Who knows? I'm not 100% sure that there isn't a larger channel working up there from the bottom here. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not perfect either way. That fits okay for me. We've got a break and a new high, so it's played out. There are buyers at 31 down here, so I'd be interested to see if it comes down here and takes off. See if enough aggressive sellers just jump in here. Look. Who knows? I mean, it's range rules at the moment. Short the top, buy the bottoms. Unfortunately, we've got a channel with a break new high, but there's no signal bar to go short there. Unfortunately, these bars are too close together for me. Let's go for 4. Let's see if that changes that number a bit. No, it hasn't. It's so close to there. I want different bars there. Why it's doing that? Still close. Only a couple of hundred difference. It's not good enough. Come on, change your damn thing. Not change it enough. Yeah, sometimes I can't get these two numbers far apart. Other times, no problem. Be something like that. Who knows? Let's reload this, see if it makes a difference. Nothing. Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment what I think. That for me looks quite neat with a break. 2 pushes up to a new high. It looks okay on here as well. Because we're going, yeah, it doesn't look like anything else apart from that, really. I know 1 or 2 had it like that. I'm just not sure. Go from those bottoms. I'm just not sure about that. If you do it to there, I don't like that. It's a bit odd. Uh, yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Sometimes it just doesn't make sense. That I will say looks relatively neat. Channel with a break, new high. But it's not an exact science sometimes it doesn't. So 1, 2, 3 possible, 3 attempts. Clearly had a bunch of attempts up here. If this thing turns down below that EMA, you never know, it might just drop. Trouble is, it's hard to trade these, and then all of a sudden it goes like that, and you're thinking, "Oh, is it or isn't it?" And all of a sudden, before you know it, we're down 10 points. So, you know, these pullbacks here have been significant, haven't they? And we come down and do a bit of sideways, and sometimes you think it's going to take off, and then all of a sudden it comes further down. So I don't know. I have trust issues when we get a lot of this. But how many times is it respecting this? So what have I got up here? 30. There are buyers around here, but not a huge amount. Sorry, sellers. There's not a huge amount. 40. There are bits sporadic here, but if this thing drops bearish and sellers think, well, how many times is it going to respect this line before we decide to go short? It's clearly struggling to go anywhere, but then all of a sudden it just buyers may come in and off it drops. So, I think the right way to scale up 20 accounts without blowing them. First and foremost, only ever get one evaluation, get one PA. When you can get a couple of payments out of it, then I'd say it's time to start to maybe build up, and then maybe build up to 5. I tried too quick to get up to 20, and it scared the shit out of me trading them. And I was only trading 10 at a time. I can trade 20 now, and I'm quite relaxed. So my honest opinion, only ever get one evaluation and then one PA account, and until you can get 2 payments out of it. One, you can get a bit lucky. If you get 2 payments out of it, that's the time to start growing, and then maybe get 3 and then get 5. And if you can hold them, then you can go up maybe a bit quicker. But you've got to be really careful. The tendency is you hear so many stories about people earning lots of money, and the tendency is to want to grow too quick. Your brain can't cope with that amount of dollars flashing before your eyes. All you'll do is just make your losing days much bigger. And you want to try and control that. That's the best advice I can give you. Be really careful how much you spend. So yeah, just get one. When you can get a couple of payments, that's the time to start growing. Go up to 3 and then maybe to 5. And then if you can hold them, then maybe up to 10 and so on. You'll know, ask yourself an honest question. Am I getting lucky here? Am I still taking silly risks? If you are, there's no point in growing. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a nice place to get into when you make a bit of money, keep a bit, add a few more accounts to it. It's very easy just to keep throwing money, and that's what I did. So that's why I had a really painful trip. You're going to lose money. There's no two ways about it. It's going to hurt. You're going to get frustrated, and you're going to have miserable days. But you can make those miserable days a lot less less tougher than they really need to be. But it makes sense. Make a bit, invest a bit, keep a bit. You know what I mean? Say, every time I make a bit of money, I'm going to put 20, maybe 40% of it in my bank, or 60% of it in your bank, and then put 40% back in, and just allow your profits to buy you more. Use that as a treat. If I can make a bit of money, then I'll treat myself with a few extra accounts. And if you're smart, you can get that nice little slow glide up there. But if you try and grow too quick, you'll scare the life out of you. Bear me a second. How many PA accounts have I got right now? 20, which they've just disappeared, actually. Which is the maximum you can have with Apex. Now, is this just going to turn down, or is it going to slowly grind up? Trouble is, it's slowly grinding up, and sometimes when it does that, it has a quick flush down. So, is this now going to tumble, or what? To finish shortly, I've got to go and pick my daughter up at 7 o'clock. So I got 10 more minutes, 5 more minutes. We're clearly struggling to get above here. It doesn't mean it won't. But I'm also cautious about selling here because at the moment it's just going a bit sideways. It may decide to take off. We've clearly had a break, 2 pushes to a new high. We're clearly struggling to get up. In fact, I will probably push that to there now. That fits okay. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 clean touches there. Have withdrawals been smooth for you? Absolutely. Don't get me wrong, I've had denials when I've taken stupid risks. But what they do is they deny you and just say it's because of this, and then you've got to trade for another 8 days. Out of those 8 days, before you take a payment, 5 of them have got to be profitable of $50 or more, and the other 3 of them you can flip, i.e. you can just put one contract, one micro, one tick, and open it and close it. We win or lose $2 or $3, and they count that as the next 3 days. So I'm telling you now, I've spoken to a lot of people, and I know people have taken risks. Now, why Apex got a bad rap is they all of a sudden had a load of mass denials. And the reason is they had these rules. They've always had these rules, and I know because I saw them. And what they were doing is because they grew too quick, they didn't have the manpower and the resources and the know-how to manage them. And then once they started to grow and they thought, we're paying a lot of money out here, and any company looks for ways of saving money, and they kind of looked into it and said, we're paying a lot of money out, and they realized that people were breaking the rules. And then all of a sudden they decided to police the rules and get people to adhere to them, and they had a mass denial. Now, they said if you carry on trading for another 8 days, we'll pay you, but loads of people got pissed off. They were expecting, and you know, I'd have been peed off myself, but people were breaking the rules. I mean, people like Alpine, I think a lot of it was directed at him. They didn't say his name, but you could specifically tell they were talking about him. And a lot of people were trading this open range breakout and not using a stop. They were prepared to lose the account. Because although you've got $2,500 of drawdown, if it was only costing you $100 a risk, you could afford to lose that 25 times and get it right once to grow an account. And that's what was happening. And because they had a load of mass denials, loads of people got pissed off about it. People made YouTube videos about it, and they got a bad rap. They'd have been obviously much better off saying, okay, from next month, people are breaking the rules. You now need to adhere to the rules. And that's fine. If you've got rules and people break them, then I understand why they can't, you know. So that was where they really went wrong. So the one thing they were guilty of was bad timing. And I know one of the Apex guys was caught in a private conversation saying that if people get denied, they likely panic and blow their accounts. Now, that's an opinion that should have stayed behind closed doors. I absolutely get that. And that didn't help Apex. But I'm telling you now, I've been using Apex for 3 years. When I followed the rules, I promise you, You don't have to use them. You can use any one you want. But I don't want people missing out on a potential 20. You guys know me by now. I'm a straight shooter. I'm not a bullshitter. If you follow the rules, you'll get paid. If you break the rules, they'll save money and they'll deny people. And in some cases, people will panic and blow their accounts. But that's down to people. But I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with people that said, I followed the rules and I got paid. But, I'm just telling you what my opinion, but it's up to you. You know what I mean? I'll be honest. Can I be recording myself pushing the button? Okay, so if you remember a few weeks ago, I shown you something on my phone where there was 5 adverts I saw in one day on Facebook. We'll pass your evaluation for you. We'll trade your PA account. We'll make you money. You pay us a small percentage. So there are a lot of companies now trading your accounts for you. So there was 2 things, and I know this for a fact. There was 2 things Apex have done to mitigate that. They make you do when you sign in now, you have to do an authenticator. So you have to authenticate off your phone. So that helps stopping it. And in some cases, they've said, make a video of you trading so they know it's you and not a company. Because there's 2 things you need with a prop firm. You need inexperienced traders learning and losing money to pay the experienced traders trading and making money. And obviously, you need profits in between for the prop firm. If you get all the beginner traders that lose the money getting professional companies to trade for them, you've not got that influx of money, and the company won't stand. The prop firms will disappear. So that's the reason, and I've heard this from the horse's mouth. That is the reason why, in a lot of cases, or in some cases, if there's any discrepancy or anything different on your account, that they ask you just to film yourself. That's all. And the traders that I've asked, I think the last one was, Martin Keychak. He got asked to make a video. He made a video and he got paid. So that's the only reason they're doing that, is to stop these companies trading your accounts for you. But again, there are better companies and even cheaper. Why do something? Right, okay. So Take Profit Trader. If you want to do an account with Take Profit Trader now, for a $50,000 account, you pay $105. You've got to pass that. Well, you've got to do it and pass it in a minimum of 5 days. Now, yes, you might say, well, there's your PA fee. But if you pay $105 and blow it, that evaluation is cost you $105. If I do an evaluation with Apex now, it costs me $33. Okay, I may blow it. But if I blow it, I've lost $33, not $105. So that's why I like Apex. Over Christmas, they had a 90% off, so you're paying $17 and $65 for your PA fee. So I'd rather have a cheaper evaluation price and pay a bit more for a PA fee, because when I pay that fee, I know I'm going onto a live account there, rather than pay too much and blow it. Because I trade my evaluations quite aggressively, so I don't want to be losing $105 at a time. Bullanoxes. Absolutely. But Bullanox, you can't trade with any other prop firms, so you can't copy trade Bullanox. Otherwise, I'd have some Bullanox accounts myself. You can't copy trade Bullanox with any other company. They won't allow you. So if you use Bullanox, you're limited to just Bullanox only. Whereas Apex, Take Profit Trader, all the others, you can trade with other prop firms at the same time. You can't do it. If you can't do an eval because of $80 or $50, I'm not sure what you mean there. You might have to re-explain that one. Classic fail. Absolutely, yeah. But from a Pat's point of view, we got no signal bar. The signal bars, it needs to tick above there, really. And then in some cases, I might go for a lower high if we don't get that. Do you pass evaluations with big size in a single day? I tend to max out contracts and I take them on. Well, I haven't done any for a month and a half. I take them on the NQ. Reason being is on the NQ, you need a movement of about that big. And when the market's quite volatile, it's not difficult to get that. So I like to, because with Take Profit Trader, you've got to do 5 days a minimum. I think it's a pain in the arse personally. I like to try and do them in a day. But, this is all my opinion. You guys decide for yourself. I'm being honest about what I do and what I think about certain companies. And it's just how I do things. But I like the fact that I'm trading 20 accounts in one go without having to kind of mess up. Oh, someone else got a really good bar there. He got a really good bar there. Little channel, same as mine with a break. I got a shit one. So it's up to you guys. You guys know me by now. I don't bullshit you. I just tell you how it is. I can't tell you how many messages I've had from people where I chit chat, and I'm always honest and I'm always straight with you. If I didn't think now I make affiliates, absolutely, but if I use Take Profit Trader and never use a single Apex account, I can still make money on affiliates. So that don't misunderstand why I'm telling you. I'm not telling you because I make money out of them. I'd make money out of them regardless of whether I did or not. I'm telling you because if you say to me, Karina is a nasty woman, I will say, well, as far as I'm concerned, she's already been all right with me, and I treat people how they treat me. I always give people the benefit of the doubt. I want to see it for myself. So for me, they've always been all right with me. And I know some people say, well, you're an affiliate, you get paid. No, I've had my fair share of denials, trust me. But if you don't panic and continue to trade, that you will get payment. So don't stress about that. I like you and I love you always. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. You're going to ban what? You're going to ban me, are you? If I didn't think something was right, I'll be the first to tell you. I promise you. On the life of my daughter, if I thought Apex were a cop-out, I'd tell you, I promise you. And I wouldn't be trading 20 accounts myself. I got a lot of money invested in 20 accounts. Divorce again. But you guys, you make your own decisions. Some people have a good experience with other companies. I wouldn't tell you to not use them and use Apex. I'd say make your own decisions. You're all big and ugly enough to make your own decisions. But I don't want people thinking Apex are bad because they've had a bad name because of the denial. Wilson, what are you doing? The denial was because traders were breaking the rules and getting away with it, and they knew it. And when they got stung, they got funny about it. They started writing bad reviews, and that's how that happened. So all Apex were guilty of was bad timing, really. Tom, that's not the best logic, though. Just because they don't screw you doesn't mean they don't screw others. You're recording live, and they aren't going to mess with you. Trust me, mate. They've denied loads of my payments. I am small time. And I'll tell you something now. I'm talking to you from opinions that I've had off people who've said to me I have never had anybody say to me, hand on my heart, on my daughter's life, I have never had anybody say to me, I traded properly and they banned me or they ripped me off. I have never heard anybody say that to me. Apex pay out millions. They're going to keep paying money, but they have to have a system. They have to be fair. They've got to make money, but they have to be fair. And the only true way of doing it is if you follow the rules, you get paid. If you don't follow the rules, you don't. They're not going to randomly pick a bunch of people to blow. Wilson, you are pestering the hell out of me. What's the matter? So it's up to you guys anyway, but didn't they? They asked Vladdy, and I told Vladdy this. They asked Vladdy for a video, and he said, I ain't doing it, and he cancelled his accounts. He was supposed to have $10,000 out. I said, why don't you just video yourself? He went, I'm not videoing. Well, I shown you guys. Wilson, man, you're stressing me out. What's the matter? I show you on my phone 5. Oh, my dog is pestering the hell out of me. 5 companies in one day I saw on Facebook that trade your accounts for you. And the reason they want to see you, think about it logically, the reason they want to see your trading and not some other company. And if you video yourself, everyone I know who've been videoed have got paid. So that's why they do it. They're not going to do it for no reason. No harm in putting your phone up against you. The reason they probably don't ask me is because they know I've got 900 odd videos on seeing me trade and talk. But the last one I was Wilson, man. Come on then. Come on then. The last one I got heard was Martin Keychak. He made a video and he got paid. And he hasn't been asked since. So I was annoyed when Apex asked for a video and a write-up of my strategy. They want to know it's you trading and not someone else. I followed their rules and they paid me every time requested. See, people are skeptical. I get it. You know, because of the mass denial so-called thing and all that. I get why people are skeptical. But if you're breaking the rules and getting away with it, you're picking up bad habits for a start. If you follow the rules and trade the way we should be trading, you get paid. Now, if we're going to be traders for the rest of our days, hopefully, you know, long, rich days, you have to trade and learn to trade properly. You can't rely on getting away with luck because it'll backfire on you. Next time I send them, yeah, our Apex rules published. They're published on the website. I assure you, 100%. The rules aren't that bad. The rules aren't that bad at all. There's about 3 simple rules. There's a 30% consistency rule. So if you make $1,000 in one day, your account before you take a payment has to be, your biggest day can't be more than 30%. So if your account is $3,000 and your biggest day was $1,000, your profit on that day was 33%. So you need to grow your account another few $100s and then you'll get paid. I broke scaling rule twice within a week, so I got a slap. Yeah. If you guys remember before, was it a few months before Christmas, a couple of months before Christmas, I accidentally was trading an evaluation on 10 contracts and I accidentally opened my 10 accounts I had with 10 contracts. I saw what I did and immediately closed it, and I think I made $50, $60. When I applied for a payment, I got refused it because of the scaling rule. So I traded for another X amount of days and I got paid. So they're not difficult, the rules. I assure you, I'm going to have to go in a minute. I've got to pick my daughter up. But if you follow the rules, you'll get paid. That's all it is. If you get asked to make a video, they'll ask you once. All they want to see is you're not getting some company. Look on Facebook, you'll see companies every day saying, we'll trade your account for you. They obviously want to stop that because if they're not making money from beginner traders, they're not having money to pay other traders. So you need that constant cycle. I feel like I'm talking a lot today. You need that constant cycle. Sorry if I'm yabbering a bit too much, but I don't want people missing out on potential 20 accounts because they may have picked up a certain amount of hype from social media. Social media can be good and it can be bad. And my experience is, I've never heard anybody say to me, I traded perfectly and they refused me. I genuinely haven't had that. And if Apex started doing that, they go out of business. But if you break the rules, at least then the guy knows in his own mind, or the girl, that I broke the rules, I'll keep trading. And you have to have rules. You can't let people trade willy-nilly and take massive risk and try and make money out of it, because you need to learn the right ways of doing things. And the reason they do these is, one, to stop paying money for people who are taking stupid risks, but it does us a favour. You can still make you record yourself. Yeah. If all they want to know is if all of a sudden you're making a lot of money or something like that, they just want to know that it's you that's trading. That's all. There's only one reason to do that. yes, it's me. This is me trading. This is my chart, and these are the entries I take. There's no other reason to do that. And as long as you do it, you'll get paid. Yes. Who was talking about it the other day? Someone said someone had like a windfall day and they removed the money from their account. Now, I know what some people are doing is they're taking risks with Apex and trying to boost an account, and then they're getting denied, and then they're trading for 8 days and getting paid. So there's still ways around that. But they're doing you a favor by doing that, because if all you're doing is taking big risks to try and get lucky, your time in trading is going to be limited. It really is. If you want a career out of trading, you have to trade the proper way. And all these rules are coming out that are out are designed to say, if you want to trade with our money or we're going to pay you, we want you to trade proper. We don't want you to take stupid amounts of risks. Now, people are going to, because of the emotional side, but people try and play the system. Alpine did it. And what happened? We ended up having, they ended up changing things, but they saw what Alpine was doing, trading without a stop, and they saw he was taking big risk, and they saw loads of people were trading the same as him, and they put a stop to it because they were playing the system. Anyway, but look, you guys make your own decisions, but if you don't know me by now, you're never going to, but I don't bullshit you. I'm just telling you straight how it is. There's nothing for me to gain from it. I don't make that much. I make a fraction of what a lot of the other guys make on the affiliates. But if I decide to bin all my accounts and go to take profit trader, I'd still make money off affiliates with Apex. So it doesn't really make a difference. But I'm going to leave you guys anyway. I'm getting dry in the mouth now. I've got to go and pick my daughter up soon. So I will leave you guys to it anyway. So a dry day again. I ummed and ahed about that. Trouble is, we've had this and we've made 3 attempts to push down and we just couldn't. So sometimes it'll go up, trap some traders and push up again. But it did continue on. But thank you, Karina. I appreciate it. Yeah, you take it easy, bud. So I appreciate your company. I'll be back tomorrow. Is it Thursday already? Man, nearly the end of another week already. So dry day today. That's fine. I haven't done anything stupid. That's the main thing, but not the easiest of days. Because you don't know, are we continuing down in somewhere larger or what? It's hard to say, isn't it? So I will leave you guys to it. I've got to go and pick my daughter up. So if you carry on trading, best of luck. Have a great, safe evening, and I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do it all over again. We'll talk about it all over again. So take care. We'll catch up tomorrow. Bye.